2026 Broomfield City Council meeting. Information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings. Is that me? Can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. Public comment is welcome in person or through our call-in service. Instructions for calling in are available on the council meetings webpage. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1 minute. For our hard of hearing residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the council chambers through our AV team. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Councilmember Ward is excused. Council members Delgadillo and Brown are attending remotely, and Councilmember Henkel will be joining remotely later in the meeting. So there are 8 council members in attendance, and a quorum of the council is present. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that we gather on the ancestral and unceded lands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, Ute, and other Native peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this land for generations and continue to maintain deep spiritual and cultural ties to it. As the City and County of Broomfield, we recognize the responsibility to honor this legacy and the enduring presence of our Native communities. May this acknowledgement inspire action that fosters greater understanding, truth, and respect for Indigenous peoples. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their communications to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Our first item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring June 2026 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Broomfield. Joining us to accept this proclamation are members of our public health team. Will the staff representatives here to accept the proclamation please come up to the podium while I summarize the proclamation. This proclamation affirms the City and County of Broomfield's commitment to being a welcoming, inclusive, and equitable community for all residents. It recognizes the valuable contributions of the LGBTQIA+ community, celebrates the diverse identities that strengthen Broomfield, and emphasizes the importance of ensuring that all people feel safe, valued, and supported, and free from discrimination and bullying. This proclamation also reinforces Broomfield's dedication to advancing equity and upholding the principle that LGBTQIA+ rights are human rights. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 2026 as LGBTQIA+ month in the City and County of Broomfield. Would our representatives like to make any remarks?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and other council members for the proclamation and recognizing of Pride Month. Before we talk about the work from the Public Health Department, I want to acknowledge just a few organizations in the community that are building inclusive spaces for the LGBTQ+ community, including the Refuge, Rainbow Broomfield, the library through Drag Queen Storytime, resources, and programming. Today, we would like to take a minute to highlight a recent study we conducted with the LGBTQ+ community here in Broomfield. The LGBTQ+ community is repeatedly highlighted as a group at risk due to higher rates of substance use, death by suicide, poor mental health status, and higher rates of loneliness. With these rates in mind, the Public Health Department designed a study in partnership with Rocky Mountain Equity to better understand the spaces and context in which the LGBTQ+ members of our community experience belonging and connection. In this study, we explored the barriers to finding a sense of belonging and creating connection in the community by exploring the feelings and outcomes from both belonging and exclusion. Through this study, we are building a better foundation for social connection across the entire community. The results are being shared with other departments and community organizations so they can create more welcoming environments using the knowledge that has been shared with us through this study. And now I'd like to turn it over to Gretchen to talk a little bit about the work that they've been doing with the Community Coalition.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gretchen. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I lead our youth substance use prevention work, including facilitating the Communities That Care Coalition. So the Broomfield Communities That Care Coalition, or CTC, is a community-based coalition dedicated to reducing youth substance use and improving mental health by addressing risk and protective factors. The coalition prioritized strengthening social connection as a key protective factor, advocating for safe spaces, and educating the community on the importance of trusted adult relationships. CTC recently hosted 2 workshops for coalition members and community partners focused on allyship. These sessions were designed to enhance the skills and capacity of participants in effectively supporting LGBTQ+ youth and culturally diverse populations. A key component of the trainings were reinforcing the critical importance of trusted adult relationships in the lives of these youth, particularly those who lack social support at home. This particular session included principles such as the Auntie Rules, which detail best practices for supporting LGBTQ+ youth. The strategic objective of these workshops was to cultivate a network of community support in Broomfield and strengthen the supportive capabilities of the coalition and its individual members to be allies in the community. So thank you for recognizing Pride Month, and come join us at the combined Broomfield and Westminster Pride on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? We do allow public comment, so if anyone would like to speak on this item, you have an opportunity. If not, I will go to council colleagues.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, come on up.
I only have 3 minutes or what? 'Cause
Yes, it's 3 minutes, and this is
Okay.
on the.
I might go over a little. You know, no disrespect for anyone in here wearing colors. You know, we all have issues. My son died of an overdose of fentanyl and methamphetamine 3 years ago, and there's no support group like you guys going out and helping me support. I have to support myself, and I'm a believer in God, who says, I will keep you. So that's the support group I use. These proclamations, they're not worth anything anymore. If you guys are our public officials, why don't you do things like safety, fixing our highways, lowering our taxes for seniors, increasing salaries for teachers, police, and firefighters? These are also the things that are important, not necessarily what letter of the alphabet these folks want to. I mean, I'm not going out and hurting any of these people. You know, we just cannot continue to have days and months, all this through the year, and give ourselves virtue signaling. That's all this is. I support anyone. I'm a believer. I'm not one of these folks because I have my faith in God. I know the Genesis creation account of a man and a woman. You don't have to believe me, I do. But as a public voter and a registered voter, that's what I believe in. So I believe I should speak on behalf of people like me, that this proclamation stuff, it doesn't do anything. I mean, I'm glad you're working. I'm glad you're helping people. But what's next? You've got in your website all these things coming up. What does it do? I mean, if you want to get together, you want to have a picnic, you want to have a party, fine. But you can't single out one certain group and say, oh, well, these are for these people. Acknowledging specific group based on race, color, creed, gender, age, gender identity, blah, blah, blah. That's all on your website. And you're discounting other people that aren't on this list. So what about that? What about the average white guy? I don't need a proclamation month for me. I am who I am, and I don't need a flag or colors. Again, you can insult me. You can try to embarrass me like the mainstream media does. You want to have a calm conversation with people like me, I'm glad to have one. I will not be insulted, though, and I will not be unheard of. So I would ask you guys to use a little common sense. We don't need any more anywhere else. I mean, since the Biden administration in 2020, where we see pictures of a man dressed up as a woman in Navy, and she's in a high-level position, I'm tired of having that rammed down my throats, and we don't need it in Broomfield. I'm glad you guys are happy and get support. There's social media. All that stuff is already available. You don't have to get a color
Thank you.
or
Your
a
time has
LPG
expired.
member.
Your
So,
time has expired.
okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please make your way to the podium.
Hey there, Kathy Knight, Northmore. Happy Tuesday and happy Pride Month. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council and staff, thank you so much for this proclamation.
Thank you.
Kim Tuisini Pansai, The Outlook. And I'd just like to say that I appreciate the proclamations. I'm a member of a traditionally underrepresented group, which is a white female. And I think it's very important to raise awareness and especially of people who traditionally have not been in much power. And, you know, the world is glorious because of our differences. And we can't all be in the same mold. And it's really important to recognize that the world is glorious because of our differences. And everybody, regardless of who they are, who they love, how they want to work or dress or play, is worthy of respect and appreciation. And for me, you know, sometimes we're a little bit blind and we don't see those differences. And I appreciate proclamations and days set aside to help us recognize and appreciate those differences. And so I do appreciate it, and I think it's very important. And I think, you know, all religions and faiths are equally acceptable and should be honored, and all people should be equally acceptable and should be honored, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Castriata and Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to say I'm very thankful for these proclamations as well. I have a best friend who was never able to be truthful with her parents. And so the fact that these proclamations come out and there's all of the support and the community shows up, it makes me so happy, because one person is not necessarily always enough, but sometimes it's very helpful. And my best friend, she has a support system with our friend group. So yeah, thank you so much for this proclamation.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? I'll go to my council colleagues next. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't planning to speak, but let me just address as a fellow white cisgender male. Sir, with all due respect, throughout history, every day has been white cisgender male day. And whenever these proclamations come out and we designate a certain group, a lot of white cisgender men feel excluded. And it's ironic, because these groups that we're giving proclamations to have been excluded throughout history. Sir, I'm trying to tell you, I wish you would take a moment to reflect tonight that you came in here and foot stomped in front of people who are brave to come here. You have to, sir, let me speak. I just want you to reflect when you go home. You can hold your beliefs that you want. I'm just telling you that it's not necessary. Your presence here is demonstrating why we have these proclamations, because it takes bravery for people who are LGBTQ, people who are trans, people who are minorities in race and ethnicity, to go out in public. We don't experience that. You and I have never felt excluded or fearful to walk out in public because of who we are. You and I have never had to worry about being excluded because we're white men, because we're cisgender. We have always been able to do the careers we want. We've been able to live where we want. We've always been able to work where we want. We can go to any school we want. We've never faced this exclusion. And it's just so ironic that the minute white men like me feel like we're not being included, we lash out. We don't like being excluded. It pisses us off. Take a moment and realize how pissed off all these other groups have been throughout all these years. This is just a moment to celebrate a vulnerable minority group in this community and to let them know that we value them, we recognize them, they're safe here. I have LGBTQ people, children in my neighborhood, and I put out the rainbow flag. No one in my family is LGBTQ, but I put the flag out to let them know I'm an ally and they're safe with me. Because you'll hear, and it breaks my heart when I hear that, and this happens, my wife's a teacher, but sometimes when a gay kid is going to be invited to go visit a family, they have to ask, am I safe? Will your parents accept me? Can I go there safely? We never had to think about that. So I just ask you to take a moment. You don't have to respond. I don't want to debate. Just reflect on the fact of what these folks have had to face, why they're here tonight, and why it's important that we make an extra effort to let them know they're welcome, accepted, we want them here, and they're safe. So I hope going forward we have a great Pride Month in Broomfield. I look forward to your weekend with Westminster. I hope it's a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud to have these proclamations as they serve as a mechanism to demonstrate the identity and the cultural fabric of Broomfield. So for that, I'm thankful. I appreciate the work that's being done, and I also appreciate the diversity that Broomfield fosters and empowers, because it only makes us stronger. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. As an ally and the mother of a trans teen, this really means a lot to me. I was able to participate in the belonging survey, and there's something so special about being in a community where you feel like you belong. And my kid lives in a world where they have to worry about their personal safety and about their rights being taken away. But they love Pride Month, and they love going down Midway and seeing those flags and going, oh, hey, I am acknowledged and appreciated and celebrated for the unique individual that I am. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues, 100% support this proclamation. And we're so lucky to live in a really inclusive community. And we are so lucky to live in a community where we do focus on public safety. We do talk about taxes. We do support our businesses. We do all of those things. And none of the proclamations, none of the celebrations takes anything away from that. And I feel really lucky to live here where we can do both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from my colleagues? This moment is deeply personal to me. As the first LGBTQ mayor of Broomfield, and currently the only out LGBTQ mayor in Colorado, I carry both a sense of pride and a profound sense of responsibility. I know that when one of us steps into leadership openly and authentically, it creates space for others to do the same. When we celebrate Pride, we are affirming that Broomfield is a community where everyone deserves to feel safe, respected, and valued, regardless of who they are or who they love. We are saying to every young person who may be questioning whether they fit in, you belong here, you matter here. Pride Month traces its roots to the courage of those who stood up at the Stonewall Uprising, ordinary people who demanded to be treated with fairness and humanity. Because of their bravery, generations after them have been able to live more openly, honestly, and more fully. But Pride is not only about history. It's about the work that continues today. It's about ensuring that inclusion is not just symbolic, it is lived. It is reflected in our policies, in our schools, in our workplaces, and in the everyday kindness we extend to one another. In Broomfield, we believe our strength comes from the diversity of our residents. Different backgrounds, different experiences, different stories, and together, those differences make us stronger, more compassionate, and more resilient. To the LGBTQ residents of Broomfield, especially our trans youth, know this: your community stands with you. I stand with you, and I am proud to serve you exactly as I am. Thank you. I'm going to present the proclamation, and let's take a picture. Thank you. Next, under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring June 5th, 2026 as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to the podium? You're already there. This proclamation recognizes the impact of firearm-related deaths in Colorado and Broomfield, noting that most firearm deaths are suicides and that men are disproportionately affected. It emphasizes the need for a comprehensive public health approach to reducing gun violence through data tracking, research, mental health services, and community-based prevention efforts. This proclamation also highlights the resources available through the Broomfield Police Department, including free gun cable locks for residents to promote safe firearm storage. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 5th, 2026 as Gun Violence Awareness Day in Broomfield. Would our representatives like to make any remarks?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Jason Balling, Director of Public Health. I want to thank the Council again for issuing this proclamation. It's extremely important as we know that gun violence impacts all of our communities. And I can tell you as a public health professional, the effects that we take from a comprehensive approach can make meaningful differences in gun violence prevention. So from the data to the education to looking at those root cause factors to providing gun safe locks like our partners PD does, they're all very important. And raising public awareness is probably the most important thing that can happen. So I thank this body for continuing to raise awareness around this issue, and just also our partners in the city and county of Broomfield who continue to work on this on a daily basis.
Thank you, Director Balling. Thank you to our PD for being here as well. Well, we do accept public comment on our proclamation. So if anyone would like to be heard on this, please make your way to the podium.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Leslie O'Brien. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the state Be Smart lead here in Colorado. I am very grateful that you are yet again recognizing the first Friday of June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, also known as Wear Orange. We wear orange to demand a future free from gun violence. This year for Wear Orange, we are focused on not only raising awareness, but also on taking many actionable steps that we can protect, so we can protect our families and communities. These actionable steps that we can take are securing all firearms in homes and cars and encouraging members of our community to be smart. In previous years, I have shared the SMART acronym, but this year I want to highlight two letters specifically, the A and the R of SMART. We all need to have conversations about gun safety with friends and neighbors and ask about the presence of guns in the places that we frequent. As adults who are concerned about kids' safety, it is important to make sure that you know before you go to another person's home that their guns are stored securely, meaning locked and unloaded with ammunition stored separately. By practicing secure firearm storage in your homes and vehicles, you're helping keep our community safe from unauthorized access and firearm theft. The R in SMART is equally as important. As mentioned before, actually the stat is a little bit higher than I had. In Colorado, 70% of gun deaths are firearm suicides. Recognizing the role of firearms in suicide is especially critical in June as we celebrate Pride Month. Firearm suicide greatly impacts the LGBTQ plus community. According to a 2024 Trevor Project survey, LGBTQ plus young people who reported the presence of a firearm in their home reported higher rates of having seriously considered suicide in the past year compared to their peers who did not have a firearm in their home. Secure firearm storage and removing firearms from a home when a family member is in crisis saves lives and prevents impulsive tragedies. This proclamation helps amplify these actionable steps in Broomfield, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Anyone else want to be heard on this topic, please?
Hi, I am Stacy Gregory, and I go by she, hers pronouns. I am the local group lead for the North Metro Moms Demand Action Group. And I just wanted to thank you for this proclamation. This is so important, both for families, for everybody. But like Leslie said, there's an intersection here between ending gun violence and the LGBTQ proclamation. I came from, I moved here 2 years ago from South Carolina, and there are a lot of people who would really love and appreciate a proclamation like we had before this one. And I just wanted to remind you how important that is for all of us and for our kids. That stat up there, 74% of gun deaths are due to suicide. And we need to be there. We need to be there for everyone and let them be their true selves. Okay, and be there for our kids. That's a scary statistic as a parent, as a mother of 3. And so I just wanted to thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We'll go to council comments. Do any of my colleagues have any comments on this proclamation? All right, well then I will present the proclamation. Next, under petitions and communications, is a presentation on the 2026 Broomfield Trail Adventure and kickoff of the Broomfield 100. Well, the open space staff, they're here. Please introduce yourselves and share your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city staff, and members of the community. I am Bob Woods, your Open Space and Trails Manager. And behind me, I have Kristen Pritz and Nathaniel Gochner. Nathaniel has been with us for about 2 months now and has been a huge help in organizing this event. So we are absolutely thrilled to invite you all to the 25th anniversary of the Broomfield Trail Adventure. I know we have a packed schedule, so I'm going to try to make this really quick. Next slide, please. The purpose of the event is to heighten awareness of how trails enhance our community's overall health and quality of life. The event will take place on National Trails Day, which also coincides with Colorado Prairie Day. It's truly a great day to be celebrating our open space and trails. While the event is hosted by the Open Space and Trails team, it's a real collaboration between many other city departments to make everything run smooth and seamlessly. Next slide, please. This year's event will take place at the beautiful Broomfield County Commons Park this Saturday, June 6th at 8 a.m. We will have educational tables. We'll have plants available to take home. We'll have interactive art, and there will be a live harpist somewhere out on the trail to serenade our adventurers as they go by. Next slide, please. This year's adventure includes a 2¼ mile walking loop that explores the open space and park. Next slide. A 4.6 mile biking loop that tours the entire area. And next slide. And a 0.3 mile kids loop for our younger adventurers. Next slide, please. The event also marks the official start of the Broomfield 100, which is a community-wide challenge to complete a series of trail loops and outdoor activities. Next slide. But participants can use the printed passports or a virtual option to log their progress. And there's also a Spanish version. There's videos of the trails and interactive trail maps on our website. But to commemorate the 25th anniversary, we're featuring 25 distinct trail loops and activities around Broomfield, including a 25-mile route that spans the whole length of the city and county. The challenge ends at Broomfield Days, where passports can be turned in for this year's coveted Open Space and Trails custom Raptor socks. Now, it's not necessary to walk a ride every mile. The idea is just to get people outside, get them unplugged, having some fun, getting some exercises, and enjoying our trails. Next slide, please. Now, you each have a copy of the 2026 Broomfield 100 passport in front of you. And to help guide you on the adventure and help you navigate, you have a hot off the press, newly updated trails map. These will be available to the community at Broomfield Trail Adventure. Now, we are very confident that the council will complete the challenge, so we went ahead and gave you a pair of the Raptor socks for your accomplishments. So please wear them with pride when you're out on the trail, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. I loved your delivery on that. And these are the super softest socks you're in a treat for a treat. So thank you very much. Anybody else? You're speaking for the group?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, we do allow public comment if anyone would like to speak on this item. There's an opportunity. Any questions from council then? Colleagues? You got the drill? I'll be there. Who's going? You going? It's great. They have food and snacks and really lively
Great.
with music. Okay, well then, that you might as well stay here because I hope everyone can come out and participate in this event and learn more about Broomfield's trails and scenic natural spaces. We're so fortunate. Our final item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring June as Open Space and Trails Month. Will the representatives stay here? And I'll summarize the proclamation. This proclamation recognizes the important role of open space and trails play in preserving Broomfield's natural environment, agricultural heritage, scenic beauty, and wildlife habitat, while improving air and water quality. It highlights the benefits of open spaces and trails in supporting mental and physical health and strengthening the community and local economy. The proclamation also honors the contributions of the Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee and celebrates the 25th anniversary of the Broomfield Trail Adventure in recognition of National Trails Day. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 2026 as Open Space and Trails Month in Broomfield. Would you guys like to comment on this, or? Christine, come on, say something.
This is an exciting year for us, and we're so thankful for the many years that the city council and community has supported what we're trying to do. I have, yes. So, and, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for doing this proclamation. It means a lot to all of us in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a quarter century of service to
Thank you.
one of our most beloved assets.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So now moving on to the council member report section of our agenda. Does any member of the council have any reports or updates this evening? Councilmember Twist?
Thank you, Mayor. Piggybacking on the excitement for June, it is also summer reading launch at the library. You can stop by and pick up a summer reading adventure. They have great prizes. It is for everyone. Everyone should participate. If you are an adult and you use your literacy skills to read emails or say council packets, you should get a prize for that. I fully believe that. But stop by the library, pick up a sheet. You can also sign up on the website or on the Beanstack app. But it's a great way to participate and explore your community because there are lots of great activities that go with it. Also, if you have a young person who is an artist between the ages of 3 and 12, right now is the Broomfield Library Friends Foundation bookmark contest. So submit your bookmark design entries by June 17th for a chance to have your bookmark shared with the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you. I just wanted to report that on Thursday, May 28th, I attended the CML District 3 meeting that was held in Arvada. Each jurisdiction does a report, and I chose to report that CCOB had just passed a vehicle public nuisance ordinance that was meant to address street racing. And I encourage other jurisdictions to also adopt it in order to address these public safety threats that unfortunately cross jurisdictions. We also discussed the fact that we are proud of our jurisdictions in the police departments who collaborate across these jurisdictions to mitigate these threats. Some other reports from cities that were in common were an emphasis on affordable housing and also a lot of costly water utility infrastructure projects going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other reports from my colleagues? Well, I just wanted to also, on the topic of Pride, let folks know that Broomfield is having a Pride Festival in conjunction with Westminster this year. It is this Saturday, June 6th, from 11 to 3 p.m. at Aerostat Park. You can find out more information at rainbowbroomfield.org. Thank you. We'll now continue with public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed elsewhere on this evening's agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. All right, seeing none. Anyone online? All right, next under reports, staff will provide council with a legislative update. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, community and council. Danae Brouillard is making her way down to the podium. Ms. Brouillard, floor is yours.
Thank you, Manager
Try not to be
Hoffman.
too excited that it's a wrap up.
The final one, right? Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Danae Brouillard, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Governmental Affairs. Tonight's presentation will largely be provided by our contract lobbyist, Jennifer Castle with Bowditch Castle Public Affairs, or BCPA, you may hear throughout the presentation. And then when she's done with her item at the end, we'll do a wrap up about the overall impact that the legislator had on the city and county of Broomfield. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to Ms. Castle.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. It's lovely to be here. Thank you. Okay, next. And next time, thank you. Perfect, thank you. So thank you for having me here. It was, well, it was a good session, of course. You might have different thoughts after we go through the presentation, of course. But so the legislative session has been finished for a couple of weeks now. The legislature ended on May 13. They did go the full 120 days. And just to set the stage a little bit so you can have a little bit of an idea of legislation that was introduced and legislation that passed this session, we are still operating under a Democratic trifecta. So we have majorities in both the House and the Senate that the Democrats hold. And then Governor Polis, in his final year in office, is also a Democrat as well. We had 7 new members of the legislature this year, 1 from the city and county of Broomfield as well. We had 626 bills that were introduced this session, about 400 to 500 or so of those passed. We are now seeing those bills either being vetoed, signed into law, or letting become law without the governor's signature. Governor Polis does have 30 days once the legislative session ends, so he has until June 12th in order, up until June 12th to take action on those bills. He has already taken quite a few actions on bills. Some we'll see if any of the slides are outdated, but I just saw an email today that he did sign about 20 or 30 so bills. So things are moving very quickly as he's making those decisions on bills. Next. So some of the themes from the legislative session, I wish Ed were here. He's the budget geek of our duo, but he would say there ain't no money. We knew that this was going to be another budget deficit year. The legislature was faced with a $1.5 billion deficit. So there really was not much money to do anything. However, of course, that did mean there were some unfunded mandates that were introduced. But certainly that was definitely a deterrence of introducing and passing certain bills this session. We did see a lot of election year discord with it being an election year. There is always a little bit more pontificating down at the Capitol, if you will. We did see some discord within both the Republican and the Democratic parties as well, too. There are going to be a lot of primaries in 2026, so there's a lot of infighting with the parties as well. We saw a lot of bills that were introduced as a reaction to what is happening at the federal level. I'll talk specifically about some of those, but that was certainly a common theme that we saw this session. And then deterring ballot measures. This is becoming a little bit more common, but there was one bill that was introduced, 2 others that were considered that directly would have changed the outcome of certain ballot measures or tried to prevent them from getting on the ballot for this election cycle. So, you could question whether or not that is the legislature's role to do that or not. Next. Just to give a little bit of an idea on the state budget, so you know some of those things that likely got cut, surprisingly some that did not, but the legislature has control essentially over that darker, on the table to the left, the darker blue chunk of that pie, $17 billion. That is the state general fund. The rest of that is either cash funded programs or federal funds that the state gets. So there's about $17 billion that the state gets to allocate. Of those allocations, there's what's called the Big Five. So Medicaid, K-12 education are obviously the big 2 up there. Those 2 have actually switched positions. And then you've got Human Services, Higher Ed, and the Department of Corrections and the Judicial Branch. Medicaid is by far the largest driver of the budget right now, and part of why we have a large budget deficit. Next. So as I mentioned, there was a $1.5 billion shortfall. A lot of that is because of the expansion of Medicaid. There were also some impacts to the state of the federal HR 1 bill, the Tabor revenue cap that the state still has, and then some other decisions that prior legislatures have made with either one-time funding or overspending in certain programs as well too. So some of the reductions and eliminations, some of the more substantial ones are up here. A big one was reducing the Multimodal Options Fund, $10 million. That one is going to be reduced for 3 years. And then cutting $130 million from Prop 123 was a big reduction that the legislature had to make. Fortunately, they were able to spread that $130 million out over a couple of years rather than just have it be in one big chunk. And then reducing the state general fund reserve, was a big number as well. They did make some other small cuts, cutting Medicaid provider rates and then diverting dollars from the marijuana tax cash fund, which does impact local governments, unfortunately. However, despite all of that, it is still somewhat shocking. The legislature did not cut K-12 education. They allocated $192 million additional dollars to K-12 education. They were able to maintain the senior homestead property tax exemption, which is about $200 million. That was a very big win. And there was no legislation that was introduced to privatize Pinnacle. The governor's budget request, when he submitted it to the legislature in November, was balanced on Pinnacle being privatized, or part of Pinnacle being privatized, which would have been about $400 million to the state. So the legislature did some great work, obviously made tough cuts. There really was not a department or area of government that did not receive a cut this year. Next. A couple of big issues that I wanted to point out, AI and data centers. So there was finally a compromise on artificial intelligence regulations and reform. In 2024, Colorado was the first state in the nation that passed a bill regulating AI. After a couple of failed attempts at trying to find a compromise on those regulations, they were finally able to do it with business community, the tech sector, consumer advocates, those kind of individuals to come up with a compromise on AI. So I don't know if Elon Musk is going to pull back his lawsuit against the state. We'll see. But anyways, so data centers was also a hot topic as well too. There was one that was pro-environment, one pro-industry. At the end of the day, neither one passed. No compromise could be reached on this. This issue is still going to be with us. It could very well be an issue that is going to trickle down to local governments, I would suspect. If the state's not going to take action, I imagine local governments will. Whether that's to offer incentives or propose a moratorium, who knows? But I think that'll be a local government issue at some point. Next. Affordable housing, attainable housing, probably the biggest issue that the legislature dealt with this year and has really for the past couple of years. There were a lot of out-of-the-box ideas that were proposed this year. One of those big ones was coming from the governor's office, which was to create an investment zone, housing and transit investment zone that would use state sales tax, TIF, and tax credits to try to incentivize housing and transit. We did also see the return of the YIGBY bill, named the Home Act this year. I'll talk about that one here in a little bit. And then there were some other bills that were introduced that provided some little bit more flexibility with Prop 123 and some other ideas as well too. But this is still probably the big policy issue that the legislature is going to continue to address. Next. Human services. So when the governor presented his budget in November, one of the big pieces of that was trying to control Medicaid and some human services that the state provides. And the governor did propose an idea that would essentially regionalize state human, or not state, excuse me, county human service operations. I think at one point in his original plan, Arapahoe County would be in charge of Denver County and administrating that. I know Broomfield was lumped in with Boulder, and perhaps Jefferson County. I might be forgetting that. Anyway, so needless to say, that was not a very popular proposal. So the governor's office, Department of Human Services, HCPUF, counties, and some other advocates got together and essentially negotiated throughout the whole legislative session on how there was going to be a redesign of the human services program in the state, really trying to find a way to centralize it a little bit more. So now what is going to happen is that the state is going to have 12 cohorts. So instead of regions, there's going to be cohorts where essentially those metro counties are going to be in charge of their own services. Rural counties will likely have to collaborate with other rural counties and some urban counties as well to keep track of fraud issues, cut down on error rates, those kind of things. But this is certainly a work in progress. There is a commission on Medicaid that is meeting. In fact, their first meeting, I think, is on Thursday to start looking at this more seriously and to come up with hopefully some solutions to this. But this again, it's going to be a work in progress, and I imagine it's going to take a couple of years and some dollars from the state to be able to implement this. Next. Immigration was one of those issues that we did see a lot of bills introduced on this issue. Again, this was one of those that the legislature reacted to what was going on at the federal level. So we saw at least 3 bills proposed that would offer certain protections, legal remedies with certain classes of individuals that maybe felt targeted or had their rights violated. Next. So if we look at Broomfield specific legislation and those bills that we took positions on, I wanted to point out these were 3 bills that had to do with housing and local control issues. So the HOME Act, which is this year's version of the YIGBY bill that was introduced, this was a priority of the governor. It was a priority of the legislature as well, too. This was House Bill 1. So this was the top priority in the House. So this would require local governments to allow residential development on certain properties, those property being owned by schools, institutions of higher education, and also transit areas, et cetera. So now there's this process where cities and counties are going to have to adopt to be able to allow this kind of housing development on those properties. That bill was recently signed into law, I believe. And then we had 2 other bills that had to do with lot size and lot splitting, House Bill 1114 and House Bill 1308. The minimum lot size bill would have lowered the lot size down to 2,000 square feet. And then the lot split bill would allow for lot splitting by right for properties as small as 1,200 square feet. Though both of those bills did pass the House, they both died in Senate committee. So those did not move forward. There were some negotiations that were attempted, but they were not enough to have either of those bills pass. Next. And then a few of those bills that council did take support positions on. There was a prohibition of three-dimensional printing of firearms, and also a prohibition of selling information on how to print guns via 3D printer, excuse me. That bill did pass. I think I heard earlier as I walked in, there was an ordinance on stunt driving. There was a bill to try to outlaw certain activities as it relates to street takeovers, races, and stunt driving. This bill did not make it out of its first committee. I know we've obviously been active in this space, but down at the legislature, there's really kind of a mentality that they don't want to criminalize certain behaviors. So that bill did not make it. Another bill that we did testify on this bill as well too, 1334, would have modified the state WUI codes and extended the timeline by which local governments have to comply with the state WUI code. We did support that bill. There was quite a lot of opposition to that bill, and that one did not make it out of its first committee either. Was that my sign to stop that I've gone over time?
No, it wasn't you.
Fire alarm? I don't know.
You're not on a timer.
Okay.
Okay.
Next. Let's see, two bills that we were in an amend position on. Senate Bill 40, this was one of the bills that the legislature worked on to provide a little bit more flexibility with the Prop 123 program. This one essentially had to do with, rather than rental properties, but for ownership properties, there's a waiver process to try to give some more flexibility for cities and counties that aren't quite meeting the debt to income ratio in Prop 123. And then we did finally see the passage of an RTD bill this year, Senate Bill 150. That bill did pass. So we are going to see a newly reformed RTD board. It's going to be reduced to 9 members who serve on the board. Of those 9, 5 are elected, 4 are going to be appointed. So that according to some folks, we finally have some movement on RTD, some modernization, some reform of RTD. Next. Some other bills that we have that you took positions on. Senate Bill 24, this was the drone bill that would have prohibited local governments from enacting any kind of restrictions on drone usage. So this would have taken away local control. This bill did not make it out of its first committee in the Senate. Another transportation bill that we monitored, Senate Bill 172, altered the Front Range Passenger Rail District, created sub-districts, put in certain requirements for those individuals who run for the board, and also adjusted when that election for those board members and for a potential ballot measure on Front Range Passenger Rail might be. And then a bill that came very late in session, and this is one of those the one bill, I should say, that was introduced as a way to deter a ballot measure. This is House Bill 1430, that essentially is adjusting transportation dollars should Initiative 175 pass at the ballot this November. So just to refresh everyone's memory, Initiative 175 is the bill that dedicates sales tax revenue, certain sales tax revenue, to transportation projects. This bill would essentially reduce those dollars that transportation gets from the general fund should that initiative pass. This bill really is going to set up kind of a game of chicken, if you will, with the legislature and those advocates that are pushing forward for Initiative 175. As far as I know, no conversations have happened as of yet, and the clock is a-ticking on when 175 is going to be placed on the ballot. I know certainly signature gatherers are hanging out at King Soopers, Safeway, et cetera. So they are out there trying to get this initiative on the ballot. Next. So if we look kind of holistically at those bill positions that we took 11. We took, 4 in opposed, 3 in support, monitored and amended a few others as well. So we were very active in 11 of the 626 bills that were introduced this year. Next. Well, this interim is going to be quite boring because really nothing is going to happen. The legislature does not have any money for interim committees to meet. Those interim committees, the Transportation Legislative Review Committee, the Ag and Water Resources Committee, the Wildfire Committee. None of those committees are going to be able to meet this year. The one committee that is meeting is going to be the Committee on Medicaid. So, and like I said, they are already starting to meet this Thursday. Otherwise, I think we might see some legislators maybe call some task forces, do more stakeholdering, et cetera, because I know they will certainly miss the interim committee process. Next. So for 2026, since we love to vote in this state, we are going to have a very big ballot in 2026. We have at least 15 new members of the House and 7 in the Senate. that we'll have for the 2027 session, and that's just because of either term limits or retirements. That does not include any maybe election upsets. There's probably 5 or so hot seats in both the House and the Senate. So we'll see if we have more than those 22 new members for next year. Every Colorado congressional seat is up, with most attention on CD8. We've got John Hickenlooper, U.S. Senator, who's up for election. And then we're also choosing Governor, Treasurer, Attorney General, and Secretary of State. So going to be very, very busy 2026. Next, wanted to mention a couple of hot ballot measures. This is the only referred measure that we have that's going to be on the ballot in 2026. This was from Senate Bill 135. This is essentially the voters giving up their Tabor refund, with those dollars going to K-12 education. This referred measure would essentially create a positive factor. So kind of a spin on the negative factor, but there will be a positive factor with these funds going to K-12 education and programs to support children. Very broad language. There could be a lot of areas where these dollars could go. I believe the next 2 years, we are projected to have Tabor refunds. The first year, the next fiscal year, I should say, about 160 million, I believe, would go to this. And then the following year, I think it's upwards of 600 million or so. But what happens when there's no Tabor refund? Right? Then they would not get any additional funds. I will also say, historically, the state does not like to give up Tabor refunds, and they also don't like to support K-12 education at the state level. Certainly they do at the local level, but there has not been an increase in K-12 education funding, at least in my memory, that the state has ever passed. And then again, Tabor revenue, or excuse me, the Tabor refund is not a very popular option. Next. We're going to have a graduated income tax, or we might have a graduated income tax. I should say this has not made it on the ballot. This is also one of those initiatives that folks are out there gathering signatures for. So just like at the federal level, Colorado will have a graduated income tax where at a certain dollar amount, your taxes you'd be taxed at a higher rate. At a certain amount, also, your taxes would be taxed at a lower rate. Currently, our income tax is a flat income tax at 4.4%. So that would shift based on what your annual income is. Next. And then here's Initiative 175. You all are very familiar with this. You have taken an opposed position on this one. So we'll see if this one makes it on the ballot. Next. Then we have Initiative 177, the right to natural gas. You all also took a opposed position on this one. This was also one of those measures where the legislature intended to introduce a piece of legislation to essentially change the nature of this ballot measure. That one was never introduced. There was quite a lot of pushback, especially from the business community on that, so it was never introduced. But this one is likely to be on the ballot, or maybe not likely. We'll see. Next. A couple of other ballot measures as well too. I will say that there actually is not going to be Initiative 249, separation of Pinnacle for workforce development. That was recently announced that Pinnacle believes that they can reach a deal for the 2027 legislative session. So they are pulling that ballot measure, and we'll see if that comes in 2027. But there are a few that have made it on the ballot. I believe a few of those social issues up there have made it. And then increasing penalties for fentanyl crimes. I believe there's also going to be another ballot measure that is going to decrease the income tax below the 4.4% as well too. So we could very well have some competing income tax ballot measures. Next. And looking ahead, we're still going to have some federal uncertainty that absolutely plays into what happens down at the legislature and the pieces of legislation that legislators introduce. So I imagine we're going to see more reaction to the federal level. Whether or not we are going to have a revenue hit like we did in 2025, that remains to be unseen, but hopefully funds to Colorado keep flowing from the feds. We're going to have a new administration in 2027. How is that administration going to act with the legislature in 2027? still TBD, and who is the new administration and what are the priorities going to be. And then we are going to continue to have a budget deficit. Some folks believe that the budget deficit in 27 is going to be worse than this year, which is hard to believe. There are going to have to be some very difficult cuts made, but more importantly, I think there's going to have to be some difficult decisions that are going to have to be made on how Colorado is going to continue to move forward with some of its budget restrictions. So more to come on that, certainly. And next. Oh, and yes, I will hand it off.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jennifer. We just wanted to bring it back to Broomfield in conclusion of the presentation. So BCPA has provided this high-level overview and summary of the legislative session and the impact that it had in general. And what we did this last week was we met with all of the subject matter experts across the organization to look at the actual impact to Broomfield. And when we had those meetings, I think of City Manager Hoffman always says, nobody's safe when the legislature is in session. And we saw that into the last hour this year. And so now that the dust has settled, being able to come back and kind of give you an idea of what that impact was on Broomfield. As Ms. Castle mentioned, the governor does have until June 12th to make some decisions. So there could be some slight changes. I know he vetoed a couple of bills in the last 48 hours, but in regards to the bills that impacted Broomfield, we don't believe there will be any dramatic changes between today and the 12th. So you can just see on the screen, about 12% of the bills that were introduced did impact Broomfield at some level. For the most part, those were very manageable. So about 50 of the 625 bills. And we try to give this qualitative and quantitative measure at the end of the session so you can see the impact that we had and what the legislator did to Broomfield as well. Again, that impact of legislation on Broomfield remains pretty steady year over year. And in large part, that's because of those unique statuses that you can see on the screen that we've talked about before, being a city and county, home rule, de-Bruce. And I was actually just telling Ms. Castle upstairs that with these election bills and public safety bills, having our sheriff be part of the leadership team, our clerk be part of the leadership team, we're able to react and be cohesive, which is very helpful versus when I watch these other counties try to coordinate with different agendas. And so that has fared very well for Broomfield in the legislature. As always, there's unfunded mandates that are passed through. And so there's two pieces where we are monitoring what the impact will be. One is on the administrative impact, and that's really hard for us to quantify right now, but it will be action that council will see in the future, right? So some examples of that would be the HOME Act, which she spoke about earlier in the presentation, similar to ordinances that you all have seen around Proposition 123, transit-oriented communities. This makes changes that we have to do locally to our code, which means they'll come back to council for conversation and consideration. So you will see those on your council agendas and upcoming meetings. Additionally, I just wanted to mention there was a Pathways for Individuals with Mental Health Disorders, which added some administrative work to our county attorney's office. So you may hear about that as well. And then the one that's honestly harder to quantify is that fiscal impact. And so I just wanted to call out where we see the greatest impact occurring from the legislature. One is that marijuana cash tax fund, which Ms. Castle mentioned. In 2024, our actuals of that was about $1 million. And so if we see a 3% reduction, like what they're proposing, that would be, somewhere in that $30,000 to $50,000 category of a reduction for Broomfield. We fared well. Some of these cities are losing $500,000 to $1 million. So ours is a smaller reduction because our revenue is smaller, but it is still a reduction in our revenue, and that money is used specifically for public health funding. As also mentioned earlier, that multimodal options fund, I just want to remind, we have a $2.5 million project right now where we've been awarded those dollars. The first part of those dollars have already been obligated, which means we aren't going to lose those. They've given it to us. We've spent them. This is north of Jefferson Academy. That work has begun for the design phase. We don't have obligated dollars for the second half. So our understanding is they're not going to claw that money back, but that's the money that we're watching and advocating for through our Dr. Cog to make sure that we receive that second obligation. And then the last one I just want to flag because it could come before council, and we flagged this during the session, but House Bill 1318, which is traffic safety near schools. There was a lot of conversation and a lot of emotional testimony here around flashers and safety zones around school zones. And this bill did pass, and it requires local governments to install a lot more safety crossing zones with flashers, which come with a fiscal note. And so the staff is working on that to figure out what next steps are, and just wanted to put that on awareness for council. Next slide, please. And then overall, I just want to highlight, it was a really productive year for Broomfield. So the bills that I've listed there, so there's 6 of them, those were bills where we were very successful in either amendments or getting the outcomes that we desired. We were really successful in the land use space, the drone and the 2 lot splitting bills, getting those opposed in first committee and killed was a big success, and it provided an opportunity for staff to focus efforts on other large legislation. And then I did want to flag the affordable home ownership, and so Senate Bill 40 and 1313, both of those are related to Proposition 123. And while we were not successful in the exact amendments that we wanted for Broomfield, the fact that we have waivers and flexibility is a step forward in getting those dollars to the residents that need it most. So that was a win for the organization. Next slide. And so in closing, as we prepare for the next legislative session, as Ms. Castle mentioned, not having interim committees feels weird. It will be interesting to see what that does look like with stakeholdering, but that will slow down a lot of that work in the interim. For the 2027 session, we met with BCPA and that internal staff team and we tried to reevaluate when things are fresh of were there any gaps or misses, or were we nimble and able to provide and advocate for Broomfield? And from staff's perspective and BCPA, we were not able to identify any gaps or missed bills. And so based on that, our plan is to proceed with the same structure and strategic scope based on the council direction that's been provided the past several years. And if there is a desire, to change that, then there is a process in council's rules and procedures to put in that request. But at the time, we'll continue as we did this session. And I believe, next slide, Jennifer's contact if you do have questions, but otherwise that concludes the staff presentation.
Well, thank you both, Ms. Castle and Ms. Brouillard. That was a great recap. We do allow public comments on every item, so if anyone would like to speak, now's the opportunity. Then questions and comments from council are next. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Yes, we had a series of amendments on modernizing our TD. How did we fare with those amendments?
That was a very good question. Would you like for me to answer? Okay. The RTD bill and the RTD process was an interesting one in that there were a lot of local government and transportation entities that had a lot of amendment requests for that bill. Ultimately, of our amendment asks, I think there were about 6 or 7. We were not very successful in getting those amendments on the bill that we wanted. I know we were looking at increasing the number of electeds. That did not happen. There was a lot of pushback on that. And I know we were looking at increasing the compensation for RTD board members. There did not seem to be an appetite for that one as well too. And I know we had a few others, but really I think no one was really successful in achieving amendments on that bill. The one change, or the one large change I should say, that came on that bill was removing one of those I guess recommendations or preferences from DRCOG. So DRCOG does have one where they can present 3 appointments to the governor. There's one for labor, and then there's 2 that the governor appoints. So removing that one DRCOG position, I'm trying to remember, did we support that? Keep 2, yeah. That was the one big substantial thing that came from that bill, but really there was just no movement on that bill. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could add one, I think our greatest success though on the RTD bill was the ridership component. So originally when that bill was first introduced, there was a component to use ridership to determine the districts. And our argument was in Broomfield, if you don't have transit, you can't have ridership. And therefore there's some unintended consequences there. And Senator Lindstedt helped us get that in the first committee. And then that's where the sub-regional councils came in to ensure that some of these smaller communities like Broomfield still have a very specific and codified voice at the table. So while not fully successful, the ridership was a big piece for Broomfield.
There was also inclusion of suburban areas in when the governor appoints individuals. So that was also run in the first committee as well too. And there were some members that did speak up in committee on that, including Senator Lindstedt, that said he thought that was helpful to his district.
Okay, thank you. If there's any federal budget impacts that hit the state, or if there's any unforeseen state budget shortfalls, are we likely to see a special session? Is there any talk of that?
Too soon, Mayor.
Not to jinx anything, knock on wood. Yes, I believe that would happen. Very similar to what happened in 2025. I believe that there could likely be a special session called, or the legislature would act very quickly in 2027.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that, the Medicaid committee is meeting, but I'm curious if there's any discussion going on about SNAP, since the federal allocation to the state in October drops by like 60 million and the federal sharing drops by half, which I think is like a $50 million cut, which most of which is county administration. So do we have any sense, one, they're talking about and what impact that might have on us?
I imagine they will talk about that issue specifically. I know some folks were very pleased with the passage of the Healthy School Meals for All last election that does provide some funding for SNAP, perhaps not enough. So I imagine there could be some conversations on that moving forward.
I think the work requirements kick in even for those over 60. So we're liable to see a lot of more people losing benefits after October 1, correct?
Yes, correct. There was also one bill that I will note. It was introduced very late in session, Senate Bill 181, that does put a pause on TANF. It does also remove the reserve requirement the counties have to have for TANF. I imagine that is going to provide some flexibilities for counties for other program funding as well.
And I just have to note on House Bill 1318, when I was a kid, flashers meant something entirely different. So when you're requiring flashers, it's an interesting, took me back to when I was 10. So thank you.
Is that all you have? Any other questions from my colleagues? It was a great recap. I sent you online. Oh, let's see, Councilmember Delgadillo online.
All good. I just raised my hand. Thank you, Mayor. I have a handful of questions. So one is about Front Range Passenger Rail, the taxing district. So I know Broomfield is included in the redrawn boundaries. What does that November ballot measure mean for the taxpayers? And then do we have any plans for any comms on that, or what are we thinking?
Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo, and I'll look at Deputy City Manager Bertanzetti as well if I miss anything. But that's a great question. This is very much in progress. So I think if you saw on BizWest today, Louisville and Loveland are having these same conversations, right, as now that this bill has passed and what the next steps are. There will be a station in Broomfield, so it does impact us. The sales tax, there has not been a definitive number that has been shared on what that sales tax increase will be. That's a question that our transportation director that's not her right title anymore. Deputy Director Grant has been asking, and we haven't received a definitive answer on, so we're continuing to have those conversations. Council will be getting an update from both Front Range Passenger Rail and the Joint Service Agreement Board next Tuesday, June 9th, which will give a lot of foundational setting for this conversation, with anticipation to come back a couple weeks later for council's vote and direction on that Broomfield station. So I think Councilmember Delgadillo, that would be a great question for the Front Range Passenger Rail and Joint Service Board that will be here next week on what the sales tax will look like for the district.
Okay, great. I will circle back then. Thank you. Then the other one, I know there's been emailing back and forth on the WUI. I wasn't, and perhaps I missed this. I wasn't entirely clear on, so we missed the deadline. Are there any problems with that? Do we have any legal liability, legal exposure? Like what are the ramifications for that? Because the HB 1334 didn't pass, extending our deadline.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo. This is City and County Attorney Rogers. We have looked at the bill and it really doesn't have much teeth. We have been in communication with the state on this and are making efforts to comply. Other communities are also looking at this timeline, but at this time, we do not think there's any sort of direct issues with that deadline.
Okay, great. Well, we'll continue to put in our best good faith effort and go from there. And then I know last one, I know we put had a position on 175, which is great. I'm very glad that we did that. How bad is it for I'm thinking especially for our multimodal, like pedestrian bike improvements, that sort of thing. What's that crater? What's that impact if Initiative 175 were to pass? And then my kind of follow-up question, and this one's an opinion, I guess it's a little rhetorical, so no need to answer it, is whether we should consider kind of doing a little bit more to oppose it, but interested to hear the impacts.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo. It's a very difficult question to answer, and unfortunately, I don't think we could give you an exact number of what that impact will be. The legislation that Ms. Castle mentioned that is like the game of legislative chicken to neutralize Initiative 175. When we first had the first meeting about that, the fiscal note was not even correct because it was such a rush to put it together to try to create something to neutralize the conversation. The best answer that they could give to local governments is that they did it in no harm effort to local governments. I think it's hard to believe that moving that much money around will not eventually have an impact on local governments, but unfortunately we can't quantify that at this time. And then in regards to just some of the outreach, and Attorney Rogers, if you want to expand on this, there is limited capacity of what we can do using taxpayer dollars on a ballot initiative. And so what will be done is submitting a letter to the proponents for both Initiative 175 and 177. So from a staff perspective, that's the limit of really what we can do, and we will make sure that that gets submitted on behalf of Broomfield's opposition.
That's great to hear. Appreciate that. And then I appreciate just acknowledging the ambiguity. Yeah, because I was wondering like what's the blast radius of that look like? And that's helpful to know why we don't have that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you very much. Any other questions from my colleagues? Well, I guess I have a question. It's kind of timely because tonight we're actually considering on first reading, adding the fiscal impact review criteria for land use applications for rezoning, PUD, and PUD plan amendments. We know that the Home Act is going to allow developments to bypass the public hearing and go to approval through administrative review only. How can we apply this new ordinance that actually uses fiscal impacts as a reason, as a measurable standard of review to approve or deny projects? How would this apply to the Home Act if it's part of our code? Would that be in the administrative review process? If it, say it's a parcel that's zoned non-residential and we were planning on it delivering property tax revenue at the 29% or 25% rate. But if it automatically gets rezoned to residential, well, then the fiscal impact will be the loss of property tax revenue going to residential rate at 6.5. Oh, thank you, Ms. Burton-Zetti.
I think we're all looking at each other thinking, okay, that's a good question, Mayor. Anna Burton-Zetti, Deputy City and County Manager. So we will be bringing back a code amendment for a city council to establish whatever that review process is and have to codify what the state has now required cities and counties to do for local processes to address the Home Act. As a part of that, we'll have to come up with what those review criteria is, how it would be evaluated. It does have to be an administrative process, which typically means that it can't be subjective in any way, which would mean that it wouldn't be possible. I'm trying to think of a way. It would be very challenging to think of a way that you could make that a review criteria. It wouldn't be able to consider the fiscal impact. And as you know, that was one of our primary concerns as we were working on this bill through the session, was the fact that this would have a fiscal impact for local governments because we can't consider the long-term planning that goes into our comprehensive plans locally.
Correct. So do you think that fiscal impacts could be applied in an administrative review process if it's in our code?
We do not believe that there is a way to do that through an administrative process.
So we are going to lose revenue if this goes forward, and we'll also be required to provide staff resources and time to come into compliance with the code.
I agree, Mayor. I believe that is the case. Not that we could quantify what that impact is at this time, but there would likely be a fiscal impact to local governments in that way.
And on that same note of fiscal impacts, the flasher requirement that we have to provide all these new crosswalks and stuff like that with no subsidy from the state, do we know what kind of fiscal impact that's going to have?
That's a great question, Mayor. We were successful at the end of the session in getting an amendment to that bill where there was some local decision-making added back in. And so I can't give you an exact number because it depends on which approach we take. So staff is doing that research right now and we'll come back. And it really varies. I think the minimal impact was at 50,000 and it ranged up to a higher number depending on council's direction.
All right. Well, I appreciate the answers and all of your hard work this session. So thank you both very much.
Thank you very much. I have to thank staff and council as well, too. I appreciate all your efforts, so thank you.
Pleasure. We'll now continue with the report section of the agenda. City Manager Hoffman, do you have a report?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Rogers?
No, thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Council's consideration of the consent item is next. The clerk will read the consent item by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda item 6A by title?
6A, proposed resolution number 2026-81, adopting the Colorado Communities for Climate Action, CC4CA, updated policy statement.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please step up. Seeing none, does any member of council have any comments on this item? All right, then. Is there a motion by council that consent item 6A be approved? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember McKenzie.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members in attendance have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously, eventually 7-0. It's a little slow tonight, huh? On the big screen. Did I hit it? Got it. It passed unanimously 8-0. Got it. Thank you. All right. The first item under action items this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration on second reading of an ordinance related to city contracted waste collection services. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And joining us tonight for a brief presentation, given it is a second reading, is Barney Gordon. He is taking the reins along with staff here for any additional council questions. He's the Director of Public Works. Mr. Gordon.
Very good. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city leadership. Tonight, we're here for the second reading of the proposed ordinance number 2310, which introduces key updates to the Residential Waste Services Program. There have been no changes since our first reading on April 28th. As a quick refresher, the core intent of Ordinance 2310 remains focused on environmental and community health, reducing the volume of waste hitting our landfills, encouraging robust recycling, and ensuring predictable service rates for our residents, and protecting the overall public safety and welfare. Next slide, please. The recommendations we are looking at tonight are designed to significantly enhance administrative efficiencies, ease program burdens for our residents, and bring much needed clarity to the program requirements. Next slide, please. We didn't arrive at these updates overnight. This has been a highly collaborative process. As you can see, we have reviewed this ordinance with ACES and City Council in public meetings multiple times this year. Next slide, please. To keep it very high level, as this is the second reading, the proposed changes modify Title 8, Chapter 4 of the Broomfield Municipal Code in a few specific ways. Multi-unit residents with more than 3 units per building, agricultural residents, and residents on large lots over 5 acres will no longer be required to participate in the program. Additionally, HOAs are already excluded if they meet certain criteria. This new ordinance will require HOAs to maintain their information up to date in DORA to streamline verification of their status. And finally, this ordinance clarifies responsibility for paying the opt-out fees with the property owner, but it can be delegated to the tenant. Next slide, please. If council wishes to move forward with these with these updates tonight, the changes will take effect on July 1st, 2026. And the appropriate motion will be that the ordinance number 2310 be adopted on second and final reading and ordered published. Thank you, and I'm be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gordon. We'll now proceed with public comments on this item. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium. Next is questions from council. Any questions from my colleagues? Second reading, not surprising. Well, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2310. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Seven A, ordinance number 2310, amending certain sections of the Title 8, Chapter 4 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to modify city contracted waste collection services.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on second and final reading and order published by title? Mayor Pro Tem Lim?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Twist?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation, Mr. Gordon. And I want to thank you for the really thoughtful updates to the code and for staff's work. As a user of the Residential Waste Services Program, thank you to staff for looking out for us and enforcing the terms of the contract with our provider. We really appreciate all the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo that. I had a lot of constituents in Ward 5 who were impacted by this with the large acreage, and I know that they really appreciate being given this exemption as this service doesn't meet their needs. So thank you for your thoughtfulness and time in amending it to consider those property owners.
Very good. I have to give all the thanks to the staff that participated in putting this all together.
Thank you all. Any other discussion? Okay, I just jumped in there. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2310. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance related to placing a proposed franchise agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado, XL, and United Power, Inc. on the November 2026 ballot. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Director of Community Development, Katie Allen, is going to walk us through this topic. Miss Allen.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Katie Allen, Director of Community Development. I do want to clarify from that introduction that this ordinance is related to Xcel Energy's franchise agreement only and not United Power's.
I
At this
apologize.
time.
My script had that in it. I'll take it out.
Sorry for that. I would like to thank several staff members who worked on this, in particular, Courtney Hartman with our attorney's office on the Broomfield side really did most of the work, but I am here to present it tonight. Next slide, please. Okay, the City and County of Broomfield has a 20-year franchise agreement with Public Service Company of Colorado, also known as Xcel Energy, that was approved by council and the Broomfield voters in 2007. The existing franchise agreement expires December 31st, 2027. Ordinance number 2307 would approve the terms of a new 20-year gas and electric franchise agreement with Xcel Energy and place it on the ballot for final voter approval. Because Broomfield's charter requires voter approval for all franchise agreements, residents will be asked to approve the new agreement during the November 2026 general municipal election. If approved, the new agreement would start on January 1st, 2028 and run until December 31st, 2048. Next slide. A franchise agreement is a contract that grants utility providers the non-exclusive right to use the public property, such as the street right-of-way, to install and maintain infrastructure, while also requiring them to provide certain public benefits. Financial benefits to CCOB include a 3% franchise fee, Xcel collects 3% fee on gas and electric sales from customers and remits 100% of that back to CCOB. The fee is compensation for using the public right-of-way and generates approximately $3.25 to $3.5 million per year for Broomfield's general fund. Xcel also has an underground program called the 1% Fund, where an amount equal to 1% of its electric gross revenue is set aside toward a program dedicated to relocating overhead electrical lines underground. And we often coordinate those projects with Broomfield roadway projects. The operational benefits of this franchise agreement, one is relocation of utilities. So if we have a capital project, particularly like a road widening, let's say, and their facilities are in the way, they have to be relocated at Xcel Energy's expense. And that's critical for our capital projects. Xcel provides street lighting as well as the lights on traffic signals. We coordinate construction projects to minimize downtime amongst the two groups. Xcel provides energy assistance and efficiency programs that help residents manage costs, and Xcel commits to energy efficiency planning. Next slide. This just sort of clarifies more about the franchise agreement, specifically that the franchise agreement does not set utility rates. Xcel Energy sets utility billing rates and provides utility assistance and efficiency opportunities as required by state statute and the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. And then also what happens if voters do not approve this. Excel will continue to provide utility service in Broomfield under a certificate from the PUC, but Broomfield would no longer receive the 3% franchise fee or other benefits in the agreement. Next slide. So this slide just highlights some of the major changes. Some of the definitions were updated. We clarified when utilities are being installed in outside of the right-of-way on other Broomfield property, particularly open space, that Excel may need to pay just compensation as set forth in our charter regarding open space. Obviously, the term will change in this agreement for January 2028 through December 31st, 2048. Staff spent a lot of time working with Excel on utility relocations related to our capital projects. We've had some issues in the past. The agreement language wasn't super clear on roles and responsibilities, so we spent quite a bit of time working through exactly what that means for future. And then lastly, when it comes to the energy efficiency and environment and conservation provisions, those were changed from one section in the existing franchise agreement into Article 15 of the current proposed agreement. Next slide. We just wanted to highlight that CCOB and Excel share a commitment to sustainability, and that Article 15 of the agreement details this commitment through technological innovation, environmental responsibility, and community support. And Excel commits to using its best efforts to incorporate technological advances in its services and equipment. Some of the key areas in the agreement, Excel and Broomfield will meet at least annually to discuss capital investment, energy innovation, and load growth. Excel maintains its commitment to net zero emissions and carbon-free electricity as outlined in its annual sustainability report. And Excel will continue providing residents and CCOB with programs focused on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and financial assistance. And Excel will meet with CCOB at least annually to discuss these programs. And next slide. So Broomfield Council is scheduled to hold a public hearing and second reading on this ordinance on July 7th, 2026. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nick Cole with Excel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see the slides? Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you. Can I go to the next slide, please? First and foremost, thank you, City Council and City staff. Nice to be able to present to you guys this evening. Just to give just another recap, as Katie mentioned, our franchise agreement is a 20-year agreement that we have with our communities that we serve. Have about 120 of these in the communities. And overall, our franchise agreement allows us to work in the right of way and just allows us to work fast and efficient in the communities that we serve. Not having the franchise agreement, as Katie mentioned, we will still be the service provider in the community. However, without the franchise agreement, it makes our work with our internal teams just a little bit more challenging, just without those defined definitions of how we can work in the community. As Katie mentioned earlier, we do have two mechanisms that we do provide revenue based off of the revenue that we generate from gas and electric from customers that I'll get into in our next slide. And also, we have auxiliary programming as well. The big thing that I would like to talk about is Partners in Energy. This program is a very important program to us at Excel. It helps us push electrification in our different communities, and we have started Partners in Energy in the community of Broomfield. End of last year, going into this year, very strong, giving folks in the community, city staff, and residents information on heat pump pilot programs and different ways that they can engage with contractors in those sorts. And again, we do have different income qualified programming that we also use. And again, just having the franchise agreement allows our internal folks to have less red tape to get through when we're working on projects. Next slide, please. And just for the numbers, again, the franchise fee, 3% of all the funds that we generate from electric and gas, 3% of that is put away. Currently, Broomfield is on track to make 2.8 million plus just this year, and it continues to go up as rates go up, and just correlation to both of those. Currently, Broomfield is at a current rate of $676,000 a year, $79,000 a year, and 1% funds. And again, this continues to grow as electric and gas rates, continue in the community. And currently, the city of Broomfield has $5 million plus in their 1% fund. As Katie mentions, that can be used at the city's discretion for any underground projects that they see fit. And again, all these are correlated just with the revenue that we generate from gas and electric. So this is a very big benefit that all of our franchisees experience, and we would like to, continue to make sure that these funds are available for the community to support different projects. Next slide, please. And then just piggybacking off of, just clearing some clarifications. Again, what the franchise is, it is just a right-of-way agreement that allows Excel to work on new projects and existing projects in a timely fashion manner. That gives a way of language that the Public Works group and our team knows how to operate, so we can work efficiently and safely in the community. What it's not, again, this franchise agreement does not have any impacts on energy rates. It also does not have any impacts on climate goals that are implemented by the state. And also, as Broomfield passes the franchise, hopefully, Broomfield retains the right to have any other franchisees in the community, so it's not an exclusive deal with the city, with Excel Energy, the company. You can go to the next slide, but that was just a quick overview. Again, one more slide. Again, hopefully not, but if the franchise was not passed, again, we will continue to be the service provider proudly of the community. Rates will not change based off of this. And then also clean energy goals and mandates will not be impacted at all. However, if the franchise isn't approved, again, the franchise fee, the 1% fund, and then also 1% funds plus the franchise fees will go away. And then some of the auxiliary programs, we will all try to keep as many of those programs afloat, but obviously without the franchise agreement, that will create a little bit more red tape for our internal team. So that will take away some of our bandwidth to be able to do certain programming. So that is also another thing. And then the most important thing for our internal team is having the franchise agreement allows us to start on a lot of projects faster and quickly. And again, working with the Public Works team, we have a lot of transmission and distribution projects that we have in the pipeline with the city that is going to help increase companies coming in, increase way of life in the community. So we would enjoy to be able to keep the good relationship that we have with the Public Works group and be able to push these projects along so we can continue to be on the path with Broomfield as you guys continue to grow and reach your different goals that the city has. So that is my slide presentation. Appreciate it. And I can answer any questions if any questions are needed. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. We will proceed with public comments on the item. If anyone would like to be heard, please make your way to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Kim Tuisinipansai, The Outlook. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. One comment that I'd like to make was the reference to converting overhead electrical lines to underground. We've had some challenging weather this past year with the drought, the high winds, the fire risk, and then that crazy spring snowstorm that we had. And during the snowstorm, I happened to look at the electrical outage map across the Denver metro area, and it was lit up like 4th of July. And I zoomed into Broomfield, and there was one spot. That was it. So I thought, thank goodness for electrical lines being underground. So I just wanted to comment that obviously benefits us tremendously. The other question I had is this item being on the November ballot. The November ballot is going to be crazy long. And unfortunately, most Broomfield residents do not come to city council, and so they're not educated on this. And so what's the plan for making something like this known to the voters? And, you know, what does it mean and why should they vote yes? Thanks.
Great questions. Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Cole?
Yes, appreciate it. So as far as the PSPS event, we were definitely very proud that Broomfield was not included in those. And again, having those 1% funds does allow us to have those different projects and allows the Public Works Group to, you know, identify different areas where we can help mitigate as many outages as possible. As far as what Excel is doing, we do have a campaign approach that we will be taking in conjunction with city staff, just going out in the community, letting folks know about the franchise agreement, just dispelling some things that they might have heard from other communities about the franchise. Again, we like to be good partner stewards, so we already have been engaged with different stakeholders in the community. So we'll just be leveraging some of those that we already have built in, but we will be present in different events like Broomfield Days, working with the Broomfield Chamber just to get the word out, also with the Economic Development Group with the city. So we do have a outreach plan that we do have, but again, you know, being able to talk with your neighbors and friends is always the best thing because, you know, you have that personal connection, but we do have a plan to get that out to the community as best as possible with our media team and messaging. So.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from my council colleagues? We have Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you. In the franchise agreement, section 8.3 says that Excel will provide reliability reports. Out of curiosity, in the last agreement over the past 20 years, how often were those reports made available?
Off the top of my head, I can't answer that, but what we have done since I've been the area manager for the last 2 years is we have had a annual meeting with the Public Works team to go over different projects that the Public Works teams bring to us and then certain things that we've seen in the community around reliability. I could definitely circle back on how many reports we have given in the current franchise, but since I've been the community affairs manager, we have at least had one annual meeting in the beginning of the year, typically to go over some of those matters and discuss some of the things that have been brought up by Public Works in regards to projects and reliability.
Okay.
Councilmember Peterson, over the years, the relationship with Excel has been very, very good. They are very responsible and responsive, whether it be from a PD perspective or North Metro Fire, or from a leadership perspective. I can say Mr. Cole does a really terrific job engaging and outreach.
And maybe this would be better directed toward you. What is the 3% fee being used for in Broomfield, and can that be earmarked for energy efficiency or environmental sustainability projects?
So the funds that we have now are to maintain current service levels. So we're not looking at any kind of expansion or offsetting from a program perspective. So Public Works, engineering, IT, public safety, any of the light switches, the SCADA systems. There's a whole host of areas that having to do with utilities. So anything that touches utilities has an offsetting, not correlative necessarily, but certainly those, we rely on those funds. There's just no doubt about it.
And is there a plan for the $5 million carryover for the 1% underground fund balance?
So when staff brings council all of the, not only the general budget, but the CIP projects as well. So again, if you can think of in terms of what operationally it looks like and what the underground pieces look like and what that coordination is required. We have a dig once policy. So the coordination, not only between internet providers and the utilities and Excel it is offsetting those fees and costs with the timing on our CIP projects.
Okay. It seems like if we have that much of a balance that we haven't used it much in, is that true?
We use it consistently. And so relatively speaking, 5 million seems like a really big number, but in our CIP projects, it isn't.
Okay.
So, and then that's, you'll continuously see a rollover. It will never be where you extend all dollars in that, in 1 year.
Okay. And then lastly, I'm just wondering, I know that 20 years is kind of the common expected term for agreements with most of the municipalities in the area. But I'm wondering what the advantages are for 20 years over, say, 10.
It's a lift to go to the ballot. If it were just council, I don't think we would be recommending or agreeing to a 20-year franchise agreement because so much changes in that time period. But it really is because we have to go to ballot and go to the voters.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
To further clarify the answer to the residents' question, we as the city and county of Broomfield are not allowed to do anything to support or advocate for this ballot initiative. Is that correct? It would only be Excel.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. We cannot advocate for passage of the question, but we can put out neutral information that what the question means when you see it on a ballot. And we have been talking internally about potentially, and this ties to an item we'll be discussing in a little bit. We'll have a guidance book for Broomfield ballot questions this year. If we have another ballot question, and we'll include information about the Excel question. So, but it will be very neutral. It won't be advocating one position or another.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for answering my questions that I wrote in earlier. I did happen to think of another question. It's related to the ballot. So even though Broomfield is split into Excel and United Power electrical districts, the entire jurisdiction of the city and county of Broomfield votes for both measures. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's the voters of Broomfield that approve any utility franchise.
Okay, so so there's half of Broomfield is impacting franchise fees for another part of Broomfield then. Okay.
Well, and yes, but I would also say, and Manager Hoffman can fill this part in, I don't believe the franchise fees necessarily stay to just one section of the community, if that makes sense. So the benefit of the franchise fee is to the general fund.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. But it could end up, the United Power the agreement is still under negotiation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's possible the terms of that agreement could end up different than the Excel agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for asking many of my questions. I thank you for being here in the presentation tonight. I'm wondering if you can provide just a little bit of outside of Broomfield context of how you operate. Are 20-year agreements typical with the other communities that you provide power for? Are there communities that currently do not have franchise agreements? And what does that kind of look like?
Yeah, so I guess start with the first question. So again, typically with our other communities, so I serve the city and county of Broomfield and also all of Boulder County. So all of the cities and counties that I manage all have franchise agreements. A part of that, we implement Partners in Energy. That's an auxiliary program as well. We have typically annual check-ins depending on the groups with the Public Works Department or with city managers just to get a post check to see what can be improved upon, what are some issues that are being seen. And overall, just kind of being available to some of those concerns that pop up. Again, every community is different. Thankfully for your guys' community, you have a great mayor and a city manager who are very responsive. So anytime anything comes up, have an open relationship with them. And same goes as for all my other communities. But having the franchise just kind of lays out some of the parameters. And again, just kind of gives us a I guess a sandbox to play in that accord. So again, every city is different, but really as far as my role as a community and government affairs manager, just making sure if there's anything with PSPS concerns, any upcoming projects that can disturb communities and whatnot, just making sure that I'm getting ahead of it before it, hits the tabloids or whatnot. As far as our communities that we do not have franchises with, again, in all the communities that I manage, that is not the case. I can't name the exact number, but it's very small. Most of the communities do have a franchise agreement with us that we do serve just based off the fact of the benefits that they do get. And then again, when repair work is needed, even though, there's different thoughts and opinions about Excel. For the most part, people understand the necessity to have the utility being able to respond to emergency situations and whatnot. I wouldn't be able to give a clear picture of what it would be like without a franchise outside of just saying that there would be a lot of red tape and a lot of slowdown on projects, and especially for the city of Broomfield. I won't get into the project specific just because of the state that they're in, but you guys definitely have a lot of great projects that are going to push the city ahead. So I guess in my selfish opinion, seeing the franchise move forward, there will be a lot of great projects while I'm the, area manager. So it would be great to see those push forward without any delays. And again, all the other great programs that Excel will be rolling out in the coming years and 20 years. So hopefully that answered your question, Councilwoman. But
Thank you. Yeah. To kind of follow up a little bit, is the 3% and the 1% that we have, the kind of looking to carry forward, is that typical with other community agreements? Is that the agreement with the ones that you manage as well as others?
Yep. So the 1% fund and the franchise fee is standard with all of our 120 plus franchise agreements that we have in our service territory. Obviously, the numbers vary just based off of the revenue that's generated by customers in the areas. And as City Manager Hoffman mentioned, having that $5 million is a nice lump sum. But again, once you start getting into projects, that definitely does eat away at that pretty quickly. So the numbers vary with our different communities, but everybody is set with the standard 3% franchise fee and then the 1% underground fee that is just based off electric revenue in the community. So
thank you.
no worries. Thank you.
All right, next is Councilmember Anderson.
All right, thank you. I was going to ask about the voting boundaries, and Councilmember Bloom asked that one, so I thought I was good. But I had this one question was, if something were to happen, I get the length of the ballot concerns. If this didn't pass this year, we would go into a year where we didn't have the agreement in place, but could we come back to the ballot the following year and then put it on in 2027?
We could.
Okay, so
It doesn't expire till 2027. It's actually, we're doing it early.
true. Okay, so it wouldn't even expire, so we would have a second attempt at it to clarify better what it was. Okay.
I already asked Mr. Cole that.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. Is that all? I had the same question. Not funny, but I talked to him earlier. All right, any other council questions on this item? Then next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2307. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7B, ordinance number 2307, submitting to the vote of the registered electors of the city and county of Broomfield at a general election held on November 3rd, 2026, the question of granting a franchise to Public Service Company of Colorado and approving a franchise agreement.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading and order published in full? Councilmember Twist.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Anderson.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, let's move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2307. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 8-0.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Council.
Mr. Cole and Katie. We should probably take our 10-minute recess now. It's 8:04, so we'll be back at 8:15. Thank you. All right. The next item under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance related to a charter change ballot question regarding a future mayor's term length and term limits. Not me. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Nancy Rogers, the City and County Attorney. As the Mayor mentioned, this is a potential ballot question being put to the voters for a change regarding future mayors, terms and term limits. Next slide. This was some of our members of the public and council might recall that this was a recommendation of the Charter Review Committee in 2023. And we actually did a ballot question in 2024 that would have expanded the mayor's term from 2 years to 4 years. That failed 58 to 41%. In February of this year at the council focus session, Councilmember Cohen brought a request for future action asking that this ballot question be brought back, and we revised the language of the ballot question. The current term and term limit for the mayor's office is 2-year term with term limits of 3, so 6 years total. The proposal for future mayors would be a 4-year term, but limit to 2 consecutive terms, which would be 8 years total. This requires a change to our charter. This ordinance is approving the ballot question language that would go to the voters, and the voters have the ultimate approval. If approved at the November 2026 election, this would go into effect starting with the mayor elected in November 2027. Next slide. So a summary of some arguments in support. Broomfield has grown significantly. This has always been the term for the mayor. Broomfield was a city of 6,500, and now we're a city and county of more than 76,000. A 4-year term facilitates better planning, better oversight. We have major multi-year projects. A 2-year cycle hinders relationships that are really important for regional leadership, including in organizations like CCI, CML, DRCOG, and it requires constant campaigning. And historically, when we look at who wins on the mayoral race, if a sitting mayor from Broomfield runs again, almost all the time they would win that next election. So we ended up having a lot of mayors who have served 2 terms in a row, 3 terms in a row, so have that longer term. Longer executive terms are common in other municipalities. Arvada, Superior, Lakewood, Louisville, North Glen, Thornton, Westminster all have 4-year mayor terms, and they are associated with increased stability. Next slide. The arguments in opposition is shorter terms ensure accountability and responsiveness to residents because you have a frequent elections that maintain a close connection between the mayor and current public opinion. 4-year terms could reduce civic engagement and make officials less attentive to neighborhood concerns. Longer term delays the opportunity for voters to address any dissatisfaction with the mayor that's in office. Next slide. So the proposed ballot question would be a little more specific than the last one and really explain the current situation to our voters. Currently, the mayor serves a 2-year term and is limited to 3 terms. Just putting it out there for the voters, what's going on. Shall the charter be amended so future mayors would serve a 4-year term and be limited to 2 consecutive terms starting in 2027? Next slide. The actual change to the charter language would look like this. It would be clear that it would start in November 2027. And at that point, the mayor would be elected to a 4-year term. And then it would be specific that no mayor shall serve more than 2 consecutive partial or full terms of office. Partial is defined in our charter as more than half a term. Mayor, that's the end of my presentation, but I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. We'll now proceed with public comments. If any residents would like to speak on this item, the time is now. We'll go to questions from colleagues, City Council. Any questions from you? No? Okay. Next is Council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2309. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7C, ordinance number 2309, submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city and county of Broomfield at the coordinated election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, a proposed amendment to section 4.3 of the Broomfield Charter regarding the term of office for mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading and order published in full? Councilmember Cohen.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Cohen.
Since I brought this up, I just would add to the narrative a couple factoids I think might be useful. In that Broomfield's had 11 mayors. Only one served less than 4 years. And that was a poor guy named Leslie Schertz, who lost the re-election to a guy named Schultz. Might have been some voter confusion. Otherwise, the average, all the mayors have served an average of about 6 years, meaning they pretty much always won re-election. The main reason is that most of our peer cities have 4-year terms. And as the metro has grown up, so has metro organizations bringing together all the leaders of the metro communities. And by limiting our mayors to 2 years, not only are they limited in seeing through projects now that we know last far longer than 2 years, they're restricted really from being able to take on leadership roles or gain on, because sometimes the terms require someone to be in office more than, and they can't guarantee they would be in office for that full term and they can't serve. So hopefully the voters will reconsider this. I think it's a move that will help and benefit Broomfield overall, will not hurt representation or responsibility or engagement, and will be a good move for us. I'm sure the mayor has a few words to say, but that's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Great, thank you. I'll keep this brief. I think there'll be some confusion because we just brought this question forward last year and it was defeated. But if we go back to that discussion we had that, some of us had that concern that having the 4-year term without reducing the 3 term limits, because it was like, it could be a combination deal and would have been 12 years. And I believe that was something we should have done differently. So I'm okay putting this on the ballot one more time with this clarification that this is a max of 8 years. And if it doesn't work out this time, then I would not recommend that we do it again, but hopefully this clarification will help the voters. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Well, just speaking from experience, it is hard because you serve 1 year and then you're already in re-election mode. And you have to do a county-wide at-large race. This is the only elected position in the city and county of Broomfield that's at-large. Meaning you have to appeal to all the voters, not just the voters in your ward. So I can tell you it takes a lot of bandwidth, a lot of fundraising, a lot of effort. So much so that I feel like last year when I was running to keep my seat, I neglected some of the duties of the job. And one of the ones that really stand out is the personnel reviews of our appointees. We totally breezed by that and I take full responsibility, but that's kind of what happens, right? Like you have this job, but you have to fight to keep the job. And so things get missed. So I want to apologize to our two appointees here and to Judge Bachman that didn't happen. And that's part of the reason that it's really a lot of work to get the job and then do the job and then keep the job. So hopefully we can have a better chance at this. I think other cities have no problem with a mayor every 4 years. So the argument that people making on it increases turnout to have a mayor on the ballot every 2 years. I don't think turnout matters when you have elections and voting that is as easy as it is here in Colorado. It's a little bit different. It doesn't take turnout. It takes dropping a ballot off in a box. So that's my 2 cents. But I think education will be important. And I think ballot wording is different. So that's also a good, to make it clear that this is just an 8-year max term of service where I'm only going to get to serve 6. And all of my mayor colleagues are serving 8. So it's not the same opportunity, but it's the same amount of work to get elected. So that's all. Anybody else? All right, then, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2309. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 8-0. Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. The next item under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance regarding the criteria for reviewing rezonings, planned unit development plans, and PUD amendments. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And Judy Harmer is joining us for a long-awaited, complicated, complex memo with tremendous implications for Broomfield as we move forward. Ms. Hammer, no pressure whatsoever.
Oh, I didn't feel any
Excellent.
at all.
Please walk us through this item if you would.
Thank you, City and County Manager Hoffman. I appreciate the introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Judy Hammer, representing the Planning Division. Next slide, please. The first reading of ordinance number 2306 proposes adding review criteria for fiscal impact evaluations related to rezonings, planned unit development plans, and PUD amendments. This proposed amendment to Title 17 formally incorporates the consideration of a development proposal's fiscal impacts on the city and county into the review process for the following development review applications: the planned unit development amendments, and rezonings. The physical impact analysis will consist of a comparison of the project's direct revenues, including property, sales, and use tax generation, to the project costs of providing services to the proposed development. Next slide, please. For a quick background, currently staff prepares a fiscal impact and revenue analysis for development and redevelopments, which are summarized in staff reports. In March, you may recall that during a study session, council discussed with staff updates to the long-range financial plan. And during that study session, staff indicated that they would be developing an analysis that would evaluate the long-term fiscal impacts of certain land uses and development projects. Next slide, please. This slide reviews some of the cities that have incorporated a similar ordinance as to what is being proposed tonight. The staff report provides links to these ordinances and provides an analysis of these and the triggers of the fiscal analysis. Next slide, please. With this proposed update to the Broomfield Municipal Code, staff is proposing that, when applicable, information will be shared with applicants regarding the new review standards through the following methods. We would post frequently asked questions on the Planning Division website about fiscal impact analysis. We would provide a brief overview of what the fiscal impact analysis would be entailed in the pre-application meetings, so that the applicant can always refer to those notes. It would also be put into concept plan reviews and development reviews, and of course included in staff reports. Next slide, please. This slide gives you an overview of what the proposed code amendment does and does not do with respect to a proposed PUD plan or PUD plan amendment. It codifies the review criteria with respect to the fiscal and financial impact of development for review by the Land Use Review Commission and Council. It considers the fiscal evaluation along with the other review criteria for PUDs and PUD amendments. It allows for the evaluation of whether and how a project may impact Broomfield's fiscal ability to support services and infrastructure. And I need to correct myself there. It should say City and County of Broomfield, not Broomfield. Sorry about that. It does not require the applicant to complete a fiscal impact evaluation. Positive impacts are not required for the application to be approved. It's just one of the review criteria. An application is not automatically approved when it is determined that there are positive fiscal impacts. Again, there are other review criteria that are still in effect. It does not preclude the applicant from proposing the mitigation of adverse fiscal impacts through expanding affordable housing, providing needed community services or job creation, or other benefits. Next slide, please. With respect to rezonings, the proposed ordinance adds the consideration of helping the city and county of Broomfield to achieve its fiscal and financial goals. And it does not require that there is a positive fiscal impact in order for the rezoning request to be approved. And it does not require the developer or landowner to provide a fiscal impact analysis report for the rezoning request. Next slide, please. The following slide provides the proposed verbiage regarding Title 1738-070 and 1738-120 with respect to PUD plans and accompanying information and PUD plan review standards and amendments. Next slide, please. The following slide provides the proposed verbiage regarding 1748, and that is with respect to zoning amendments, or what we call rezonings. The change is underlined and bolded with the proposed ordinance here. Next slide, please. To provide public outreach about this ordinance, staff prepared a Broomfield Voice page that provides readers with an overview and background of the proposed amendment. We currently have the draft ordinance on there as well. Also, an outreach meeting targeted to developers and property owners, particularly those with large land holdings or who own properties that are considered susceptible to change and or have indicated an interest in rezoning or a PUD amendment, is scheduled for June 30th, 2026 at 6 p.m. and that will be via a Zoom meeting that we'll host. If approved on first reading, ordinance number 2306 will be published in full and scheduled for a second reading on July 28, 2026. Next slide, please. Well, I thought I had a thank you slide. There you go.
You gotta have the thank you slide.
Yes. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harmer. We'll go to public comments next. Would anyone like to speak on this item? Please make your way to the podium. Seeing none, we'll go to council questions. This is the time to have questions and the time to state amendments for or again. Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, Kim, I'm so sorry.
Hi, Kim
Oh.
Tuisini Pansai, the Outlook. Just very, very briefly, I just think this makes sense. You know, it's obviously, you know, the financial fiscal impact is important. And just to have it on the books as, yes, we're going to take a look at it, but it doesn't doom a project. And it doesn't put a lot of obligation on the person proposing it or requesting the change. I think it makes sense. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. So questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? And I think, did Councilmember Henkel join? She said she was on, but waiting to be promoted to panelist. She's on, okay. Well, I don't see her. Okay, well, I believe you. I do. I'm just gonna have faith. Let me see. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you for answering my questions in writing earlier. I did have one further question. So there's a planned meeting with developers on June 30th. So that's between the first reading and the second reading. That's interesting. So will that feedback from the developers be recorded in the second reading memo, or how should council expect to hear any feedback from them?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. Yes, we will include that information in the staff report. We'll give you a summary. We can also record the Zoom meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's my only question that's remaining.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions related to sustainability. The first question is, and I'd like to go through 3 scenarios. The first question is, do the street racing that we tackled the other week, do cars emit GHG emissions?
Yes.
Is it reasonable to assume that if we limited street racing, that the associated GHG emissions from those cars might go down?
One could assume that.
Okay. In the sustainability newsletter, we replaced the 39-watt LEDs with from the 100-watt LEDs. Would that also reduce emissions?
Yes.
Okay. And is it also fair to assume that if we approve or deny a project development or redevelopment, that would have an emissions impact as well?
Yes.
Is it fair to assume that the order of magnitude of those sustainability impacts from the fuel usage of street racing compared to a project development potentially may have different orders of impact?
Yes.
Okay. Does it make sense for council to have an indication of, alongside the fiscal impacts of a decision, whether it's street racing, LED lights, or a project development, that we also consider in relation to our environmental goals, the sustainability or GHG emission impacts?
Certainly a question for your colleagues.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Oh, Councilmember Delgadillo. Thank you. I had it written down.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to do my little dance. That's what I was doing. It was for my own purposes. So one quick question on the timing of this. So the long-range financial plan model, it seemed like from the memo that wasn't expected until July of 2026, which is when we would anticipate the second reading of this coming up. Do we have any concerns with that? With one part of because the long-range financial plan is an important part of our analytical framework for this. So any conflicts, or is this totally fine, not a big deal?
The latter.
Love it. Great to hear. And then in terms of the trigger for looking at the fiscal impact for all of these, is this, so this is occurring regardless of size of the parcel, regardless of size of the area we're looking at that. And then I just want to clarify, is that the intent? Is there a certain threshold under which we would maybe not want to use this evaluation framework, or is it the sort of thing where, yes, we wanted to include every single parcel of every single size and whatever acreage it is?
Appreciate that question, Councilmember Delgadillo, and we have had that conversation for about 3 years. to varying degrees. And rather than limiting or having a matrix that said kind of what the qualifiers are, as we know, as we've been through these budget allocations over the last 3 years, any land use decision that is different, unique, expanding, scope change, have financial implications. So the work that Mr. Romine and his crew have done and finance over the last 3 years have made it where we are able to, I don't want to say plug and play because each individual development is so unique in and of itself, but we're able to, we don't start from scratch for each one of these calculations. So it goes back to your first point of the intersectionality and the accompanying long-range financial plan, right? So the long-range financial plan is updated with the information that we will glean in order to advise council on what those financial implications are. Not positive, not negative, just what those implications are for each one of those projects. So for example, particularly when now that we have and we continue to update maintaining the ratio between commercial and residential and really understanding the impact of any kind of conversion from commercial to residential and or to retail. So it's a cumulative implication of not just the existing project, but that ripple effect. And I keep looking at you on my screen, so that's why it's a little awkward there. But
over there, yeah.
It's financial implications are financial implications, whether it's $10,000 or $100,000 or $1 million. So yeah, we didn't want to have those types of parameters. We just wanted it specifically to be addressing land use.
Okay, sounds reasonable to me. Thank you. Those were my questions.
Okay, I have a question sort of following up on the questions that Councilmember McKenzie asked. And we've gone through this list so many times. We're looking at a new development. And if you look at when you're thinking about emissions and that type of thing, I think is it reasonable to think that those could be under negative impacts to neighboring communities? And there's a couple other ones in here. The conservation of energy and water. Would that be a reasonable place where you could consider those pieces? Some of the questions about.
Yes.
Okay. And then this is the one I've always struggled on are there any of these criteria where finances can really be considered? Is that sort of a missing piece here?
Tell me more, please.
Well, the addition of part of the benefit of adding this additional requirement gives us the consideration of financial impacts, where I have not really seen the opportunity in the past to consider that, where I have seen the opportunity to consider some of the environmental impacts. And is that addressing something that wasn't there before?
Two things, if I'm understanding your question correctly, Councilmember Anderson. So if we need a follow-up after this answer, happy to oblige. The council has been getting the financial impacts, similar, a fiscal note of what it could mean. The difference is council hasn't been able to deny a project solely based on the financials. So it's been auxiliary, it's been anecdotal information, again, from a totality of circumstances, but it hasn't been an opportunity for council to say, good project, we just can't afford it right now. Or great project, but there's another one that is going to have a bigger or better financial impact for us, and how those, the interplay between those. The greenhouse, if you're attaching the GHG with finances, then it's correlative. If you are, and part of the email that staff sent back after having a very robust conversation on how can we make that fit from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective in this ordinance. And for all of the reasons that we laid out, clearly there's correlative on varying degrees of GHG emissions based on the developments. But the framework to deny is a very separate conversation based, we would have to have baseline, we'd have to have additional conversations. Legal would have to weigh in on the parameters of to deny or approve solely based on GHG emissions, separate from the finances.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that answers my question.
Please, yes, please. Councilmember Anderson, I have an additional point to add to Manager Hoffman's statement. I do think we were struggling with fitting fiscal health into the existing criteria because of how it talks about neighboring properties, neighboring communities. We were very specific, working with staff on drafting this language, that it was about the city and county of Broomfield's fiscal health and the impacts to the city and county of Broomfield. So from our perspective in legal, when we're looking for defensible criteria, making sure that it has something very specific. And with our current criteria, it would just be too far outside to try to wedge it into those existing criteria.
Thanks. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Any other council questions? Seeing none. Well, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2306. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7D, ordinance number 2306 to amend Charter 17-38 and Charter 17-48 of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding the standards of review for planned unit development plans, planned unit development plan amendments, and rezonings.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance on first reading and order published in full? Councilmember Anderson.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you. I support this ordinance, but I would also like to introduce an amendment to also apply the fiscal impact criteria to the use by special review applications. I think, yes, we have that up on the screen. It's the same language that is used in the PUD and rezoning sections can be used in the special review sections to present the fact that staff will do the fiscal impact evaluation and that then this criteria can be used in that special use by special review approval or not to approve it. So I think this is important. Use by special review applies to various zoning districts. And there's always, some exceptions that come up within those zoning districts, and there's reasons why we don't just zone everything in a zoning district. So there should be, in my estimation, there should be some criteria for fiscal impact then, since those are exceptions in those districts anyway.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. So Mayor Pro Tem Lim has made a motion for an amendment, as you can see on the screen. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember McKenzie. Oh, that's later. Okay, you can, there you go. Any other discussion? We have, Councilmember Henkel.
Hey, everyone. I just had a question about this. I love the amendment, and I'm wondering if it would be preempted by the state laws that are making us go through this process to streamline housing. So I'm just curious as to how would this conflict with state law?
Councilmember Hinkle, we appreciate that question, and your mayor had asked that question earlier during the legislative update. So thank you. You all are all on the same page. The state law will preempt. So we are not able to apply the financial denial in lieu of the state's new housing statutes.
So Councilmember Hinkle, if I can take it a step further, on those properties that are covered by the Home Act that require the administrative review, Manager Hoffman is correct. We would have to follow the process that we need to create under the Home Act. But for properties, if there is a silver lining, for properties that aren't covered by the Home Act's mandated administrative review, the rezone and the PUD amendments and the use by special reviews we could still rely on fiscal impacts, but we'd have two different standards.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good question. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, I have one question here because in the email responses to the question about the use by special review, it might have some merit. Does staff have any concerns with the addition of use by special review or anything we should consider as we're making this decision to add that as a criteria?
Staff is supportive of that modification.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So now we're going to vote on Mayor Pro Tem's amendment. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hinkle, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. So we go to the next. I know Councilmember McKenzie has an amendment. We're going to consider that next. But when the screen goes away. Councilmember McKenzie, you have the floor.
I have to request? No.
You can just pitch your amendment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
The idea behind the amendment is to consider GHG emissions impacts in making these decisions. It is unclear to me that the decisions that we make are directly being related to our, as I learned last week or the week before, our stated emissions targets and goals. And the clarification I would add is that GHG emissions are related to energy and water, but are different in terms of metric tons of CO2 and joules, for example. So as we learned here, I think the important bit for me is noting that the different decisions that we make have different orders of magnitude or different ways that they can impact our targets or our stated goals. Some have small impacts, some have medium, and some have larger impacts towards our sustainability targets and goals. And I'm not too fussy on the mechanism by which we get there, but I think it's important to have a collaborative and integrative mindset or approach to include sustainability, if that is, I mean, assuming that is the goal or target that we are trying to achieve, that we incorporate that dimension into the decision-making that we do on a continual basis, because everything from street racing to major developments affect our emissions targets and goals. And while there are, a lot of hard work and initiatives and programs that we do, it isn't crystal clear the direct impact, even if it's on an order of magnitude of the decisions we make relative to those targets and goals. And the idea behind this amendment was not to take up a lot of time as it relates to the economic department, but just to weave in the sustainability dimension into the conversation as we make these decisions going forwards, if we are indeed committed and serious to achieving those targets. That's it.
All right. So you all have seen the amendment on the screen. Councilmember McKenzie made a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Peterson had her hand up first. Thank you. That's okay. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Mayor, if I can, James, can you put the slide back up? I just want to make sure that we go through, because it's actually language that's on multiple slides. So I just want to explain how the amendment, I know Councilmember McKenzie emailed the language to all of council. So we incorporated it into a slide deck. The whereas clauses would change to recognize the greenhouse gas emission impacts. Then next slide. And then have a whereas additional at the very end that's on there. And I can email this to council, or we can stay on a slide for a little bit, but for now I'm going to go through next slide. Then there's the addition of a limited greenhouse gas emissions review would be conducted by the city and county. It's a high-level staff assessment, and Councilmember McKenzie can answer questions on that. And then it's similar to the fiscal impact review. It's got that similar type of language. Next slide. And then you'll see the addition in the review standards to greenhouse gas impacts, adverse greenhouse gas impacts, measures that reduce projected greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. Also, the amendment to the PUD has the same additional language in it. And last slide. And then the procedures for rezoning recognizes that one of the standards would be greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So those would be the actual changes to the ordinance. And I will go ahead and email this slide deck to council, but it does mimic what Councilmember McKenzie sent out to council yesterday morning.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification, Ms. Rogers. So we have a motion in a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment? And I saw some hands go up online. We'll start with our online folks, so you don't have to wait. We'll start with you, Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have one question and it's a big one. I think that fiscal impact, is a little bit clearer and a little bit more black and white, in that something has a negative, positive, or neutral fiscal impact. My question with the GHG emissions is that, say there's a vacant parcel, presumably a vacant parcel emits less from a GHG standpoint than anything you could put on there, whether it's multifamily, single family, some sort of business, that sort of thing. So my question is, what is the intention? What is the baseline? Is it, if it's PUD, the baseline is what a typical, commercial use would emit, and if it's above or below, that's a concern. I'm trying to really grasp this, because this is not as black and white as the fiscal impact is.
Good question. Manager Hoffman?
Staff doesn't have the answer to that, Mayor.
We don't have the answers because it's big and it doesn't exist.
Okay. That's okay. I want to leave an opportunity if Councilmember McKenzie, if you want to jump into that's the thing where I'm having trouble parsing this and figuring out if this is the right tool to put this in. I think this is a great standard to have. I'm trying to figure out, again, trying to put this black and white framework into this thing that is inherently not black and white, if this is the correct way to enforce that GHG goal, which we are all committed to, and I totally agree with.
All right, Councilmember McKenzie, do you have any? Yeah, you can try to respond to that.
Okay, yes, thanks, Councilmember Deggledier for that question. So you're correct in that in sum, what the fiscal impact does is give you a three-way split on the output. It's either a positive, negative, or neutral impact. Equally, you can have a positive, negative, or neutral impact on your GHG emissions model. You're correct also that I won't get into the science or depth of land use change, but a vacant parcel, let's assume, roughly emits 0 metric tons of carbon. And what this would do, and I want to be careful about that, the terming, I want to bring this into the discussion, the enforcement mechanisms. I leave to staff, but what the GHG emissions analysis does at a high level is say, if you were to convert this vacant piece of land to a commercial, the resulting addition, subtraction, or net neutral impact to our GHG emissions model would be X at a high level. It would either go up, it would increase our emissions, it would go down, or it would stay the same. You can compare that to a residential. If instead of a commercial, we did a residential, how that might differ and change our emissions profile from a high level overview. So again, and I'm not going down to the specific product life cycle analysis of cement and its value chain. I'm just saying at a high level, right, a commercial development would roughly emit this amount. And are there any mitigation factors that could be considered in that commercial development or in residential, like solar, et cetera, to mitigate or reduce that impact, and what effect that would have on our pathway? Okay, that's it.
Oh, no, okay. Councilmember Delgadillo, any other questions?
No, I think that helps me parse kind of that. I'm going to ruminate on this, but I appreciate the answer, Councilmember McKenzie. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McKenzie, for your amendment. I love how sort of high level you think, and I appreciate your work in this area. I know that you specialize in this area as well. So the first thing I just want to ask staff is, do we measure our GHG emissions of any private or commercial entities, or do we only measure our greenhouse gas emission reduction goals per what we have control over as far as the city and county goes?
Manager Hall.
The latter.
Okay, so yeah, and I think it might be just a little easier to, or just more available to measure our own GHG goals. So I appreciate this amendment. I think it might be a better sort of standalone option, maybe with a section 8 or something. And maybe it's more of, hey, we're going to provide incentives for people who are going to apply for certain applications for certain things within the zoning. I feel like the PUD and any rezoning is just, it's a little big picture. We're still not knowing exactly what's going to go in there. And so I have concerns with, would we even know our GHG emission goals within a certain zoning? I don't think we would have enough specifics. So if someone were to apply, let's say within a multi-use area, then if we had a commercial entity come in and apply, then we could probably measure that a little bit more and then provide incentives for lowering their greenhouse gas emissions. So that's something that I would love to partner with you with on Councilmember McKenzie. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember McKenzie, for bringing this forward. I certainly support this direction and our GHG goals. I was trying to look around for local communities that might serve as a model in this area. Anyone, even in the state of Colorado, that's doing zoning reviews that include a greenhouse gas emissions review. I'm curious if you found anything like that as you were researching this, or if there's any model you could speak to.
Councilmember McKenzie.
You might reference the city of Boston and then King County, I think, in Washington, which is featured in the GPC, which serves as the standard reference guide for governments and their emissions impact, which, to Councilmember Henkel's point, mostly centers around operational control, but I would advise that most of the impact is largely, most of the emissions inventory in an organization is largely in their scope 3, which is along their value chain, which would be the developments that are not under our control. We do have some sort of a reference point if we have an emissions inventory of our own buildings, because we would know, presumably, what the emissions impact of the GDC building is, for example, and can make some rough approximations. But the emissions profile of Broomfield will change depending on developments, redevelopments, etc., going forwards.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you speaking to that. I guess where my mind was going reading through the proposed amendment changes is I would almost rather this be even broader, including a full environmental footprint analysis. Because I'm thinking if they're proposing tree removal, for example, then, you know, obviously greenhouse gas emissions are going up, and in addition to the buildings that are being built and the gas that's being used to transport building materials onto the site. And I mean, I think I support this. I wonder if it needs a little more refinement before it goes forward to really understand what we're committing to and what the city will be able to perform in that limited review that they've, you know, kind of proposed. So that's where I'm at.
All right, does that complete your questions?
Yes, thank
Councilmember
you.
Brown? All right, fine. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mary. I think I have one question left after the round. I'm trying to appreciate the sentiment and what the intention that if we have greenhouse gas rules or goals, we should be proactive in trying to reach them. I'm curious if this is the right stage and how we would assess certain proposals, for instance, like a warehouse, where we don't know what that warehouse is going to be used for. I don't know what the city would necessarily assess. So for instance, the flex that have been built in Ward 5, a lot of them are empty still. And I don't know what the city would necessarily assess, not knowing the future use of that facility. Because we've even asked in the past, could you use solar? And they say, well, it depends on the tenant. So I don't know if you could, is this the right stage to ask that? Or should it be something where we ask the developer to make a best guess of what the impact would be? Because I'm thinking typically probably governments provide incentives to developers to come with low emissions proposals in a reverse of that. I don't know if you could hopefully address that without destroying your voice. Yeah.
Excellent. So the challenge is that at present, if we approve or deny a warehouse, we actually have zero information whether that specific piece of land will contribute or not to our GHG targets or goals. The point or the insight of the high level estimate is that if it's a warehouse and its current use is zero, then we can have a rough estimate of what the current emissions profile is, while we may not know what the future emissions profile is. Secondly, to the future emissions profile, We do have a rough order of magnitude, and again, you'll get sick of me using this term, but an order of magnitude, 10 to the 1, 10 to the 2, right, is we know that residents are not sleeping in the warehouse. So we can do some scenario modeling, just like we don't have precise information to say that if we heat the planet by 3 degrees Celsius, this is exactly what's going to happen. But there's scenario modeling to say within a warehouse, the emissions could range roughly from X to Y, and that will have this impact on our emissions profile generally, right? We know it's not residential, and we know they're probably not doing nuclear in there. So we can have a ballpark.
One quick follow-up. For instance, one of the major producers of greenhouse gas are healthcare facilities, just by virtue of the 24/7 energy usage and some of the gases and things they use. I don't know how we would assess whether a particular proposal is higher than what would be anticipated for industry standard and what we would do with that. Or would we just make an assessment, we'd have that number to say, well, this is what we expect will be added through this development, and then we can base future policy on
that. Whilst we may not know whether a healthcare facility is on the high, medium, or low spectrum within that industry, we know it is a healthcare facility. And so we can provide a range or estimate to say, if it's on the low side and it's really strong on its decarbonization values, this healthcare facility is at 1 million metric tons of CO2. And if it really doesn't care about sustainability, then it's 10 million. But at least we know that the range is 1 to 10 million, and that range will have an impact. And again, to Councilmember Delgadillo's point, there's a three-pronged outcome to the fiscal impact. It's either going to be positive, neutral, or negative. In this healthcare facility example, whether the range is 1 to 10 million, we know that it's going to have a, I guess, negative impact on our emissions targets because it's going to add emissions in the range of 1 to 10 million as hypothetical numbers to our inventory.
Trying to think what a positive project would be, a garden.
So, so on the positive side, this tool isn't really, I mean, everything is going to add emissions. I think another colleague mentioned that. It is the degree to which, the order of magnitude to which it's going to change our emissions profile. Is it going to change our emissions profile from 1 million to 100 million to 1 billion, right? Like these are different orders of magnitude. And that's what I'm trying to get a sense of, is what happens to our emissions profile in that range. And the other point that I would just add on that is that it can help us assess if there are any mitigation factors that can be added into, because if a healthcare facility, let's say on average is 5 million, to use that example, then we can have a think about, okay, if you put in this intervention, solar panels, or what are heat pumps, et cetera, that may bring down versus going in retroactively, like is so often the case. And then we go, hey, we want to do this program to retrofit your building, et cetera, which is the current process, right?
All right. You good, Councilmember Cohen? Councilmember Twist?
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember McKenzie, for bringing this forward. I think that if we have stated goals, we should have tools at our disposal to reach those goals. I'm along the lines of Councilmember Brown. I'm not entirely sure that this is the mechanism, and I think it possibly also needs to be broader. But is the intention of this and the practical impact that you foresee or you're hoping for, is it that we have a checkbox, yes or no, this meets our goals, this doesn't meet our goals, or is it simply a tool in our toolbox like all the other criteria that we have that allows us to reject an application based on significant environmental impact?
a tool within the toolbox. At present, I don't see this tool where we consider the sustainability impacts, or within the tools in the toolbox, I don't see any tool to relate our decision to our sustainability goals. And so I'm just looking for any tool, even if it's a high level AI or whatever mechanism we use to get that tool, to put it into the toolbox, to say, okay, let's have a think about how this will affect this particular goal. Just like we do with safety, right? When we're talking about vehicle street racing, we're considering safety as a tool in the toolbox, but I don't see the same for sustainability.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And y'all wonder why housing is so expensive in Colorado. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the ordinance on first reading is adding fiscal impact review criteria for land use applications for rezoning. This has been a long time coming. Staff has put a lot of effort into this. This didn't happen overnight. So I would prefer tonight to stay focused on the fiscal impact review criteria. And I'm not opposed to all these, this desire to have more information on the greenhouse gas impacts up front. There are a couple criteria in here though, where you can actually, if you were to look at a project and you were to think conservation of energy, well, it's a G, the proposal should optimize conservation of energy, water, and other resources. There's minimizing negative impacts. So now the question is like, we want more data up front. And so I'm not opposed to that discussion. I'm not opposed to working with staff to how we can get more of that information up front, but for tonight, this is fiscal impact. So I will be a no on that, and I will stay focused on what we have been working on for a considerable amount of time, and finally having this criteria when we review projects. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
I agree with Councilmember McKenzie that it's unclear that our land use decisions are being linked to our GHG goals. I don't think this ordinance is I agree with others that I don't think this ordinance is the mechanism to do this. I would support an effort with a request for future action. I think this has potential. I mean, I'm particularly interested in how we could use the ICLEI modeling to introduce, okay, this development's going to have this much emissions, and how's this going to track in the long run with our GHG goals. I think that would be interesting to pursue, but that's beyond what we're doing tonight with just putting this review in this ordinance. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Well, while I support the intent of your amendment, Councilmember McKenzie, I agree with my colleagues that it's way bigger, not ready for prime time, and would need a standalone discussion to find out if it's even feasible, right? As we all know, housing costs keep getting more expensive, and overregulation is a part of that equation. So it's competing priorities, right? You keep adding more roadblocks for developers, they're going to build somewhere else. Companies are leaving Colorado because of it. So think about the larger impacts as we try to meet our goals, but also, do we want to be anti-growth? Because this, to me, is going to create some growth barriers to development. That's my 2 cents. So discussion is done. If anybody else has anything. So we're going to go ahead and vote on Councilmember McKenzie's amendment. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Well, we have to clear the screen first. Still got Sean highlighted. Tasha? Does it matter? Hold that, y'all. I don't know if it matters. Okay, council members, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please cast your vote verbally.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
No.
Councilmember Henkel, please state your vote verbally.
No, but thank you, Councilmember McKenzie.
Thank you. All council members have entered their vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That fails 2-7. So now we'll return to the discussion on the ordinance. Is there any further discussion on the ordinance as amended? Well, as almost amended. Mayor Pro Tem Lim?
I amended it.
Yeah, thank you. So we have to vote on the count the ordinance as amended though, right? Okay, thank you. So well, now seeing no further discussion. What?
They were the ones who motioned.
Oh, yeah, I forgot all about that. Okay, thank you. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Do I need to say, amendments always mess me up. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2306 as amended. Got it, okay. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Councilmember Henkel, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. All council members have entered the vote and the results will be displayed on the screen. That passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you all, my colleagues, for the discussion. The final item under action items is council's consideration on first reading of a proposed ordinance number 2313, establishing a temporary moratorium on data center facilities in the city and county of Broomfield. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Good evening. I have the last item, Nancy Rogers, the city and county attorney. We're here to talk about a temporary moratorium on data centers. This is a first reading. This would establish a 18-month, oh wait, there we go. And next slide. This would be a temporary moratorium on the acceptance and consideration of land use applications for data center facilities. Staff is recommending an 18-month or until appropriate regulations are adopted, whichever occurs first. So it's not necessarily going to last 18 months. As council is aware, data centers are rapidly expanding nationwide, and we are seeing in some of our neighboring communities, not only in Colorado, but in other states, that local governments are looking to either establish regulations or establish moratoriums while they establish regulation on data center facilities. Our code currently lacks specific regulation standards or definitions to adequately address the unique traits of a data center facility. You might be wondering why I'm up here. This is going to have to be a multi-department code project, because we're talking not only about the land use of a data center facility, but also about impacts on our water utilities, on infrastructure, on engineering. My office would get involved as we're watching nationwide regulation and just monitoring what tends to be overbroad or underbroad. So since this is just a moratorium, I thought I would I guess, pitch it to you tonight. 18 months allows for a comprehensive review of our entire code to develop and propose these additional regulations. For the public who's watching, any regulations would be adopted, of course, at a public meeting with public comment, with notice to the community. This time period that we're suggesting of 18 months also acknowledges that we might see data center regulation in 2027. As council is aware, we got the report last night. There were 2 bills on data centers that failed this year. We expect there to be more legislation next year. So this 18 months moratorium would give us a chance to see what gets approved and if it preempts our local land use control in this space. Next slide. The proposed language defines data center facility as one with a 10 megawatt load requirement and in one or more buildings that includes certain components. It houses information technology equipment, data storage. It has a primary function of delivering IT services like data storage, processing, transport, cloud, community services, network connectivity, supporting AI, machine learning, or other type of similar computational services. We did get a question from Councilmember Peterson about the 10 megawatt. 100 megawatts is a hyperscale facilities, and we thought that was too big, that there were less than 100 megawatt facilities that would still impact the community, that we still wanted to address regulations. Staff looked at some of our existing data center facilities, and as staff is aware, we have a Chase facility here that's a 20 megawatt facility. And looking at that facility, that's the type of facility we'd like to look at future land use regulation. It wouldn't apply to Chase, that's already built, it's there. But we thought, half of what Chase is the type of facility that we think the community would look to us to be specific on our land use regulations, on our infrastructure impact regulations. So that's how we chose the 10 megawatts. The smaller facilities that we've seen in the community are 5 megawatts, so this wouldn't impact some of those smaller enterprise facilities. Next slide. That's explained a little bit more on the next slide. We definitely wanted to find a threshold that gave us a chance to address those buildings or multiple buildings that would have an impact on a neighborhood or a community or even a new development. Next slide. So currently data centers are permitted in various districts, and they're subject to a public hearing process, of course. We would not process any development applications, planning, building, engineering permits, pre-submittal activities. That would all be on hold. This pause is specific to new or expanded facilities. It wouldn't apply to minor changes or operations that do not expand or intensify the data center facility. Next slide. Other jurisdictions locally that we're seeing this is a lot of our county friends, Larimer, Logan, Jefferson, and Saguache. And then also Denver has passed a moratorium, and Longmont has actually passed a ban on the hyperscale facilities, and they're looking at doing regulations on the other facilities. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anyone would like to speak on this item, please make your way to the podium.
Kim Tuisini-Pansai, The Outlook, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Staff. I have zero expertise on this, but my thought is it seems like data centers might be the perfect test case for the McKenzie Amendment. You have time. You have time to think through this as a potential application where I think it would be really important to have the fiscal considerations and the environmental considerations. And, as the previous discussion was happening, I was thinking, well, what if they're in conflict? What if the data center says, hey, Broomfield, we'll make you a financial deal you can't resist. And yet you've got the environmental impact that's not just local, it could be regional or statewide. And so think about that. This could be a really interesting test case for, the benefits of considering not only the fiscal, which you've not considered, specifically for approval or disapproval, but the environmental as well. Thanks.
Clara, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Cohen.
I'll ask. I wanted to just understand for clarity, what makes a data center different than in another development, such as the one we have went through regular planning procedure and was approved? What would be different with new data centers going forward. And I asked one question about water usage because I was curious, and I won't reveal but I appreciate the information that, I won't reveal because it's proprietary, but I appreciate the information the staff brought to me that we have a fair number of users who use far more water than our data centers that we have by X factors. So why would we focus on data centers if they're not actually the largest water users? I haven't looked at power usage. I was looking to see that the largest data center in Colorado right now is in QTS Aurora. It's designed to go up to 177 megawatts, so it's quite huge. Parker's building one that's 22.5 megawatts, which is what, 4 times the size of the one we have. So is it just a matter of scale that we're anticipating could come down the pike? And that's the reason for this, that we're not prepared for something of that nature.
I think it's a multitude of things, Councilmember Cohen. 2 of which you just mentioned, which is the electricity and the water. As technology progresses rapidly in this data center with inflow water, cooling that requires significantly less water, recycled end-to-end water. So it's more about the influx of data centers that are not just coming to Colorado, but nationwide. And to the residents' point, some of them are looking for incentives, and others are just looking for a flat place to go. And so when we think about where we are on the development scale, 85% built out, but council needs to keep in mind that when we're looking at the tech park, 108th and Sims, while it's Jefferson County, we have to supply the water per a historical agreement that we really wanted to de-annex when we became a county. And that's a huge swath of land out there that by putting these parameters in place and communicating that with our surrounding jurisdictions, again, I think you're seeing more and more of that domino effect, and communities don't have a sole answer or a significant one single topic. Again, it's more the accumulative effect of all of those coming together.
That's one thing. My last question was, when we've been talking about all the water infrastructure, it's been said we have planned for full build out. Did that include high water usages like data centers in terms of that, how much water would be needed at full build out?
It did not. Again, I think one of those decisions made a decade ago was based on a much higher level of assumed risk. That it wasn't just build out, wasn't just a number of people that you would build out. It was commercial and residential. But it certainly could not have accommodated what's happening in Aurora right now and or Weld County to that degree.
Okay, because I think the calculation I found that our current main data center was the equivalent of 63 homes.
Correct.
In terms of water usage, so that we could perhaps in the future with this policy determine that we can't approve certain projects because of the water usage would exceed what we've estimated based on future homes.
Yes, and that last piece is really, that's the critical part, is we know that demographically things are slowing. Things are slowing in Colorado. More people are leaving than coming. Broomfield has not been on the receiving end of that, but we've certainly had pretty significant modification and adjustments from baseline, anticipating 9,000 homes and units, now almost half of that. So again, it's that consistent balancing on what we know, what we think, and what the unknown is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, my first question is, have there been any active inquiries about data centers in Broomfield? There's nothing current right now. No one's proposing anything. So
we know that Jefferson County has been in conversations with a data center, Nothing that's tangible at this point, but again, it's all around us. So it's inevitable, particularly when you have surrounding communities that are initiating moratoriums that will prompt them to be looking for an open for business community.
Okay, thank you. And I was thinking more along the lines of this is the right time to do it because nobody's here yet. Okay. And I appreciate the clarification on the length of time to 18 months or until we have the regulations in place. This is an area where technology is rapidly advancing and they're moving from evaporative cooling to closed loop systems, adding glycol and other contaminants, so that the water is highly contaminated, but they keep it there. But then that has the upstream energy effects because it takes a whole lot more energy. So would this be like a comprehensive look, or we're going to look at some of the, where's the energy coming from? Like who's going to supply the power, the rate impacts, the ratepayers, the potential noise impacts, because that's a huge one. The heat islands, is that the thought to just look at that whole comprehensive package and try to get the understanding of everything in one?
It is, Councilmember Anderson, and just to manage the expectations about what, the decision to go 18 months when a lot of the other communities are only going 12 months, wanting to make it through Attorney Rogers made a great point when we were all talking about it, trying to decide on what that length of time was, that you want to make it through another legislative session because you don't know what's going to happen in that legislative session and we don't want anything walked back. We're surmising that the journey of discovery with this data center is going to open up a plethora of other insightful avenues. Sustainability being one of those, water use being another one. Again, the intersectionality of the technology that is rapidly advancing. And does that offset? I mean, just because you have great technology, does that mean that you can have even a bigger footprint, which is what we're seeing right now? So it's not a wash, but yes, it will be comprehensive enough for council to make a decision on whether this community can absorb a multitude of ranges of data centers.
Great. Thank you. And that is all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go online now. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I know that I was also disappointed that we just couldn't find a floor of regulations in the state. I know that Councilmember Anderson and I have been talking at length about this, much like we did with oil and gas. So I would like to know if we could just speak a little bit as to how many data centers do we have in Broomfield itself, and how long have they existed?
Depending upon the definition, if it's the standard definition of a data center, we have JP Morgan Chase. We have other smaller, not specific data centers, but they're part of their operations, acts as a data holder, if you will. So it's not designed to generate data for somewhere else, but it's part of their internal businesses. Does that make sense,
so probably-
Councilmember Hinkle?
Yeah, probably data storage, because like a lot of people don't know that they use data centers just by using data storage. So that's something that just has to be an educational piece. I'm curious too with the data centers, because I think there is one over by Lumen where my husband worked, and we're known for our tech workers. We have a ton of Google employees in Broomfield, that rely on data centers. The hard part is where will the next step be for the hyperscale data centers? And I don't think that Broomfield is on the map for any hyperscale data centers. I haven't heard of any rumblings. I think it's going to be more Weld County and probably east of even Adams. So I would like to know, do we have any ideas to like what kind of tax revenue that the data centers that we have is currently bringing to us?
Mr. Romine during his discovery phase over the last 3 years about prior business development agreements. Mr. Romine, I don't want to miss anything. Councilmember Hinkle, Mr. Romine can speak to the Chase Data Center. And before he talks specifically about that business development agreement, it is, it just depends. It depends on the agreement in the individual communities. It depends on the trade-offs and the incentive agreements and the business development agreements. It depends on the ratio if you are in an urban renewal area, what the tax increment financing and the trade-offs are. But Jeff can give us a sense of the existing JP Morgan Chase, which is not lucrative for Broomfield.
And what, she asked when it was built. When was, y'all know?
Oh, so Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So first off is I don't recall specifically what year it's built. It's been at least 10 years. We've been in a positive relationship with JP Morgan Chase during that period of time. As a separate reference, only because I think Mayor Pro Tem asked the question the other day. They are talking about expanding and adding renewable energy into the site. So there's in each of these particular cases, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, that is our largest one and our one that is oftentimes referred to as a data center. It is primarily doing JP Morgan Chase works. It's not like an exterior one that's got lots of different clients. That said, I'm just going to say two things about the revenue side and not go any further than that. So first off is, as Manager Hoffman already indicated, much like what we do on long-range financial plan, you have to understand the complexity of it. So it's not just that simple first line, it's all the agreements we might have underneath of it. So in the particular case of JP Morgan Chase, we are receiving for our portion of our tax base, our property tax base, roughly 20% of what the taxes are that are generated. Most of the taxes are going to the Metro District and the URA, where that is located, which is the baseline one. And so a significant portion that is also true for the school district. So these are property tax generators. Many of you, just as a reminder, continuing on that line, data centers are businesses, so therefore they have two types of property taxes, unlike a resident. You have the building side, much like residents do your home. So the JP Morgan Chase building, but we also get property taxes for all the equipment on the inside. And that is a significant portion of the property tax we actually get from JP Morgan Chase. It's far more than the building itself. And again, roughly we're receiving about 20%. The school district is about on that same par. So unfortunately, because of some other agreements we've done in order to encourage development in that area, we are moving that revenue off. The second thing, and I would just say this only because you're going to hear Graham talk a little bit more about it and Manager Hoffman talk a little bit more about it. There is an occasional sales tax that is generated. It's actually a use tax. And what we're seeing is you think about data centers and you think about it as the actual equipment, the machines that you see on the inside. Well, don't forget all of them require software. And so there's a use tax on the software and we are generating that also. So there are two sides to the revenue occasion, but I would tell you from at least my look into it and that infamous conversation that Manager Hoffman and I had, we're not generating much. And so we'd be very careful. I would tell you as part of the analysis that we'll likely do, we'll also look at the revenue side as well as the environmental, the energy, the cooling, all of those types of things. But trying to figure out making sure that if this were something council and this community wanted to do, that would be clear about what the revenue benefits would be, if any. Manager Hoffman,
thank you
anything
very
else you
much.
want me to add?
No, thank you.
No. Okay, just two more questions. Thank you very much, Jeff. I really appreciate all your input. Two more questions. What benchmarks will staff use then to determine that the review process is then complete, or what can we expect as far as benchmarks go?
Councilmember Hinger, benchmarks for where we are on the review of data centers?
Yeah, on the moratorium.
Well, we'll report in about what we're finding. So again, it's not going to be linear. It's not, we have to find one piece and then it goes to the next piece and then goes, right? So, I mean, again, it's more of a comprehensive one. Identifier isn't necessarily going to be 100% before we look at another identifier, right? So those milestones, it's very different than an outcome-based project. Definitely more
Okay.
of a review piece.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we aren't doing 18 months for the sake of doing 18 months. So that way, if we know we're done in 10 months, how do we know that we're done? So that's my question about that. And then my last question is, how are we anticipating engaging the community alongside this? We know that sometimes when we pass certain things or certain regulations, if we bring the community alongside us, you know, they generally have a lot of buy-in on the regulations. So is there any sort of plan on community input?
If we were passing an ordinance, we would definitely have community input. At this point, it's a research base, it's a research project.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be regulating and or implementing and or having an ordinance impacting future development on a long term. So right now we're in the fact finding stage.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. All right. I'll provide more input later then. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Delgadillo.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I have one major question, which is how do we disentangle data centers from certain types of land uses or certain types of zoning? So I was wondering if we could, so here's my mental roadmap and kind of what led me to this question, which is that I was wondering if we could do some very specific regulations for data centers or whether that would run afoul of any sort of rules. I'm specifically wondering if data centers, it could be relegated to specific like industrial zoning, that sort of thing. Keep it really succinct to there, maybe make it a use by special review and kind of put those hurdles up so we can have a really robust review process. So to what extent is that permissible is my question without getting in trouble?
Councilmember Delgadillo, this is Nancy Rogers. That is definitely permissible, and we can look to our oil and gas facilities as a model for that type of very specific industry regulations. And it's all going to come down to how we define data center. If data center suddenly can include a lot more, then it does start to get into pretty arbitrary and overburdensome regulations. But if we're really careful on how we define data center and our reasoning behind it, I think we're absolutely on solid footing to do very specific regulations for data centers.
Okay, that's really exciting to hear. So it would be like we probably couldn't do something for a tiny thing. That would be a little arbitrary. But I'm sure certainly for some of the bigger ones, we could have some very specific regulations in place.
Correct.
Cool. Okay, that's exciting. Yeah, I also, have some opinions. I'll just throw some out here of the Councilmember Twist pointed out that it's in our mixed use zoning. Data centers are permitted use there. So shout out to you, Councilmember Twist. And I bet there's a lot of stuff that we can kind of pick out and change, and I'm excited to see that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
So in this interim, I understand that the tactic with 18 months to encompass the possibility of the legislation coming forward in the next session. We, as a city and county of Broomfield, did not take any positions on the data center legislation that was in consideration during this session. So this just session that just ended. So I'm wondering, what's staff's thoughts on, are we going to participate in any state legislation? I'm thinking about a floor, like Member Hinkle was throwing out there. And I participated in a lot of interaction on the data center bills with CC4CA and CCAT. So, would Broomfield get to the point where that staff would recommend that we take a position on something being proposed at the state legislature next year, if their staff would see that there could be an advantage to having a statewide floor?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to look at it more aggressively than, because we didn't take any position this year.
I think when we looked at it this year, it was really evaluating, because much like when Ms. Brouillard was giving the legislative update, when you have those competing bills and weighing in, you want to ensure that you're in monitor position, so you're continued to sit at the table. As soon as you go in a proposed position, it lessens your opportunity and availability to impact whatever that legislation is, particularly when you have competing bills, right? So we had one bill that was state wants to incentivize, and then you have the counterpoint to that, which was greatly reduce and significantly walk back what that opportunity looks like. So while I think next year, and again, it's crazy to think, I shouldn't put it that way, but I'm sure there's somebody out there that really worked hard on this bill, so I apologize if there is. The state has no money, and so when we talk about a $1.5 billion structural deficit, what we didn't hear coming out of the legislature this year was any structural changes. What we heard is money shifting. So 2027 is going to be exponentially more difficult for them to solve. So to be thinking that there's incentive dollars for these big ticket items for data centers, I think you'll see, Mayor Pro Tem, a significantly more focused effort on data centers, what it looks like, and not have that necessarily competing. I think it'll be more than even the floor. It will be a comprehensive approach. So we'll be paying attention to it, particularly because we don't want to be having, we want to be maximizing our time. And so when you have the state also working on the data centers, we'll capitalize on the information that they're garnering as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2313. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
7E, proposed ordinance number 2313, establishing a temporary moratorium on data center facilities in the city and county of Broomfield. First
Thank you.
reading.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Is there a motion that ordinance number 2313 be adopted on first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and second reading be held on July 7th, 2026? Councilmember Anderson.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Twist.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Twist, go ahead.
Thank you. As pointed out, we currently have in our code data centers as a permitted use by right without defining what a data center is. The range of what is included in a data center has completely changed in the past just couple of years since our only data center was constructed, we are no longer talking simply about data storage, but we're talking about computational AI, which is a whole other thing to just blatantly steal Councilmember McKenzie's favorite phrase. It is on order of magnitude significantly different. This is a new thing and we need to preemptively address it. It would be irresponsible not to. I think the comparisons made tonight between this and our previous issues with oil and gas is very apt. And we don't want to get into a position where we do have a proposal and no tools to say this is not right for our community. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinkle online.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the discussion today. I did want to mention that Councilmember Anderson had thought about a moratorium, I think about a year ago, even before the legislation even came into play in January. And like, while Councilmember Anderson and I are really sad, and Councilmember Lim as well, that we don't have a floor of regulations, we're hoping that we can be at least thought partners on this. Like we said, I just want people to understand that we have had data centers. We do know that they are changing. We do need to take into consideration if they're co-location versus just a private or small. We also need to take into consideration too, if we have a smaller amount of data centers, but we have more of them, they could actually use more water than a larger data center could, to keep that in mind. And then just the technology with water versus air and the closed loop systems. And then how we use AI. So if we use companies, banks, we use, school systems. I think school systems are in this part where they're realizing, hey, not only are we a user of AI, but we're also a producer of AI. And so some people are really kind of coming to grips with how AI is being used within the companies that they are using. So if you're on Facebook, if you are on a lot of different places that use, any sort of AI, we are users of this. However, I will say, and like I said before, I don't think any hyperscale companies have a target on Broomfield. So I just want to be really wise about calling this a pause. And I just really want to be wise about, we have some really smart people on council who are really good at climate and are really good at technology. And I've been really bragging about our council and just being really good thought partners on this. We have some brilliant people on council. So I really look forward to these discussions. And staff, I just know you guys are going to do a phenomenal job. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McKenzie.
3 points to wrap up so we can go. The first is the point about data centers and renewables. If we're not familiar, I just want to clarify that data centers sometimes, so they run on fossil like at night, but because they're a continuous operation, they purchase renewable energy certificates or electricity certificates, RECs for short. This can be viewed as like the stock market of carbon, which is where you have some wind farm in Texas, but the data center is here in Broomfield, and they purchase that REC or that renewable electricity certificate from Texas, and they claim that they're 100% renewable, but they're not actually. So just keep that in mind from a local perspective when we think about the renewable bit. The second bit is a nod to exactly what my amendment was getting at, which is if a data center comes to us and says, we'll sweeten the deal for Broomfield and give you $1 million of extra revenue, but you're going to have to take a 500,000 metric ton hit to your CO2 emissions. How do we compare? And that's really what I'm getting at, is getting that decision, those trade-offs, and we have to make those hard decisions. How do we do that? And getting that sustainability decision filter embedded into the usual business as usual processes and workflows that we think through, right? So that we can make those informed decisions. And then the third one is the note on likening this to oil and gas. And to Councilmember Henkel's point earlier, and I'm not going to get too deep, but it's one thing to look at an oil and gas site or facility here in Broomfield. It's another thing, and it's way deeper and rigorous, but it is worthy to think about the entire value chain, because while it may not be here, if I look at oil and gas value chain, like this shirt is red. The color red, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's based out on chromophores, which are based on steam crackers in the oil and gas value chain, right? So when you think about our impact, not only on Broomfield, but our impact to Broomfield, so that's inwards, and then our impact from Broomfield outwards to on the value chain, then we start to get into some really serious considerations and thought models around what is our impact and what are the different levers we can pull. So not just thinking about is a data center in Broomfield, yes or no, but the entirety of the value chain there. That's it for tonight.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion from my colleagues? Hard to top that. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2313. Council, please cast your vote electronically. Councilmember Delgadillo, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilmember Henkel, please state your vote verbally.
Yes.
Thank you all. Everyone's casted their vote. And the results are on the screen. It passes unanimously 9-0. Thank you all so much. There are no mayor or council member requests for future action this evening. Is there any other business to come before the council? Yes, Councilmember McKenzie.
Wait, am I supposed to make the request for future action here? No?
No, you can submit it in email. And so, okay, I think the deadline is before noon tomorrow. So do it tonight and get it in, then it'll be on the, what? It'll be on the next business meeting. Okay. There are no mayor or council member requests for future action this evening. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? There being no further business, the business meeting is adjourned. Good night and happy Pride.